Well, welcome back to LifeStream 2022. I'm James and I'm really privileged to be here today. I've been involved in the pro-life movement as a committed member for many years, because this is one of the greatest fights of our time. The greatest injustice in our time is the tragic, deliberate loss of human life in our country and across the world. And so I hope you'll be really encouraged through today's session and also tomorrow that you can make a practical difference to save lives in our country.
Hello, I'm Christina and welcome to LifeStream 22. If you missed yesterday, it's no problem. You can catch up on our website and you can also catch up on our relaunched YouTube, which is just March for Life UK. And today we'll have apologetics, roundtable discussions, news from Ireland and the US, and so much more. So please stay tuned for some really exciting stuff happening this evening.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. The theme is 10 million too many, because since 1967, over 10 million children have been systematically killed in our country, which is a genocide, and it's a genocide that we're all collectively responsible for. I've spent many, many years not speaking out about abortion, and so I'm sure many of you are maybe still in that same position. But I really encourage you that we can make a difference. We can speak out for these children, and we can speak out for their mothers and fathers who often can be really traumatized as a result of having an abortion. And so with all of this, it's so important just to remember to speak the truth in love. So not to shy away from exposing the brutal, awful reality of abortion, but to do that in a way that's sensitive and loving for the people who've been personally affected by that as well. And it's a difficult tension to strike, but it can be done with a bit of thought. And so I hope you will learn how to do that today and be encouraged that, yes, you can make a really positive impact.
Yeah, I think we were all sort of in that similar position of you go through a bit of your life not really doing much for the pro-life movement, and then you come to a point where you realise actually what's at stake, and we get that push. And take it as today or yesterday that this is your push. This is your push to comment, share, like, subscribe, anything that you want to do. Share it on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, anything. You can access all of this on Facebook, YouTube, Vimeo, and the website, which is marchforlife.co.uk. You can also follow our hashtags, which is hashtag LifeStream22, the number 22. You can see it at the bottom here. And also our hashtag 10 million too many. So please follow and spread the pro-life message.
Well, first up today, we have another of our tough questions that leading apologist Dr. Callum Miller will be answering for us. Should abortion be illegal?
Should abortion be illegal? Well, this is a question that is inevitably a bit provocative and can make people very uneasy, because it talks about the law clamping down on people and punishing people, and that is something that none of us ever want to see in the ideal world. I think it's a bit unfair to think of the law as only being about punishment and only being a negative thing. In fact, all of us recognize that the law is there for a good purpose and it serves good. International human rights law protects the vulnerable, and that is what it is there for. And all of us know countless cases where we have wanted to seek the law in order to protect the vulnerable and in order to achieve justice for innocent people who are at risk of being harmed or who have been harmed. And so I think it's important that we remember what the point of the law is, that the law is there to protect the vulnerable and to make sure that their rights and dignity are upheld. And so the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, which is one of the main human rights laws for the international community, says very clearly that every human being has the right to life. And then it goes on to say that this right shall be protected by law. And the reason for that isn't because it wants to see people punished. It isn't because it wants to see people going to jail or being imprisoned or anything like that. It says that every human being should have the protection of law because that is what law is there for. It is a good purpose to protect the innocent. And of course, if it is true that unborn children are human beings, as science has convincingly and decisively shown, then it follows inevitably that they should also be protected by law. It follows that they should have the protection of the state so that their fundamental basic rights are upheld in a civilized society, and ultimately so that they are treated in a way that is equal to every other human being. Every other human being has, or at least should have, the protection of the law. And so it's a fundamental principle of equality that unborn children should have that same protection. And so it follows, therefore, that unborn children should have the protection of the law, and so ending their life should be illegal. Now, what this doesn't mean is that the law should be applied in a heavy-handed way. It doesn't mean the law should be applied in a vindictive way or in a way that is very harsh and heavy-handed towards people in vulnerable situations. There are many different ways of achieving protection for unborn children, and it doesn't mean that you simply send anyone who is involved in abortion to jail for the rest of their lives. That's absolutely not what pro-life people want to see, and it absolutely wouldn't be just. What it means is that there should be certain barriers in place that make it difficult for people to abuse or violate the human rights of others. There should be barriers in place protecting unborn children and protecting their mothers from the trauma of abortion. And laws that prohibit abortion would ultimately protect both. It would protect unborn children from having their lives being ended, and it would protect mothers from the trauma of abortion, and in many cases from being forced or coerced into abortion. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that the law cannot make the white man love me, but it can stop him from lynching me. And so, although of course laws will not immediately make everyone want to protect unborn life, it will cause a barrier to protect unborn life to a significant extent. And we know that those pro-life laws do make a difference, that they do save many thousands of lives. But at the same time, they teach people about the value of unborn life, and they empower women to go through with pregnancies that might otherwise be aborted. It empowers women to go through with pregnancies that they might want to keep, but are at pressure of being put under pressure to abort. And so the law is fundamentally there to protect, not to be vengeful or vindictive. It is there to protect unborn children and to protect their mothers from the trauma of abortion. And that is why pro-lifers and everyone who supports human rights and human equality should support those laws in order to protect both of the people who are vulnerable in this situation.
Should abortion be illegal? Thank you, Dr. Callan, for answering that question in a very helpful manner for us all and clarifying that. In the UK, every year, over 200,000 children are killed by the abortion industry. And this is a terrible injustice, and it needs to end. Their lives need to be protected in British law and treated as equal human beings. And in the United States, there is a very encouraging development with the landmark case Roe v. Wade set to be overturned potentially. And we'd of course love to see that happen. And it's a little complicated what that would mean. So we have a talk later today that will just kind of dive into that topic more for us.
And next up, we have a roundtable discussion on the pro-life movement and digital activism, which I think is going to be really interesting actually, because I myself find digital activism quite tiring. As useful that it is, it's really tiring. So maybe we can gain some insights on what they think.
So welcome to this roundtable on digital activism and the pro-life movement. There are over 53 million social media users in the UK. 39 million of these use social media on their phones. And an average UK social media user spends an hour and 42 minutes every day on various social media platforms. So the question today is, how can we use this social media effectively to advance the aims of the pro-life movement? I'm Colette from the Catholic Bishops' Conference of England and Wales, and would you like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I am Joe. I am the research manager for Abortion Resistance, a pro-life youth group, and I engage in social media quite a lot, especially as we're all under the age of like 25. So.
Hi, so my name's Rachel Mackenzie and I'm from Rachel's Vineyard. So I support anybody that's been affected by the trauma of abortion.
My name's James Leatherland, I'm from Catholic Man UK.
I'm Lucy Starkey and I work as the Student Support Officer for the Alliance of Pro-Life Students.
So thanks for introducing yourselves. Just looking at being pro-life in the digital world, in each of the different organisations that you work for, do you make use of social media? And if so, how, what platforms do you use and why?
We, as I said, as a youth group, we are a massive social media presence, and we try to basically, that's where we try and contact as many people as possible, because from what we've found out, usually people have an opinion on abortion by the age of 13. So if we want to get those people before they are indoctrinated into the pro-choice mindset and open them up to the idea of being pro-life, contacting them, through social media, through our posts at a younger age is more likely to be effective, in my opinion.
I think for Rachel's Vineyard, because we have to be very careful with confidentiality of the people we speak to, people aren't so willing to maybe share posts or have a community set up on Facebook or different platforms, but we need to have a presence still. We need to still be there for people to know that there is hope, there is healing. So that's why we use especially Instagram and Facebook.
We found that there's many ways of using the social media, but there are ways of making it less social. So we do have some groups that were set up partly through the lockdown process as well. We sort of set up a men's group for pro-life issues then. And there are ways then of accessing other things online in terms of what you can look at and what you can like. And mostly what we're finding is forming a core group of like-minded individuals that operate on the social media can then go out and do more. We'll probably talk more about that in a bit.
So we do also use social media, especially Instagram and Facebook, and usually to talk to the students, set up events and that kind of thing, and also we're able to share the different student groups posts so that they can get more views and it can help them out as well.
It's great. So a lot of different platforms being used. Do you have a favourite within your particular? A few have been mentioned. A favourite within your particular movement or work?
I prefer TikTok over all of them, but I think that's just because I use that personally as well. So that's the one that I'm most into.
Yeah, Joe, I couldn't agree more. I think it's whichever one you use yourself is which one you become favourite, you know. So for me, it's Facebook. And probably because of the age I am, I'm just used to how to use Facebook. And also TikTok would be great for the youngsters. But actually, you couldn't really make a video about post-abortion healing. It wouldn't sort of sit well with what we do.
I think on that as well, even though social media has progressed and we're in the age of TikTok's beyond me, but I was surprised just looking at some statistics around social media use in the UK that Facebook is still the #1 go-to platform, then Twitter, then Instagram, then I think TikTok, and then YouTube, I think, in terms of number of users. But I think one of the points you made earlier, Joe, about trying to target that younger age group, I think a number of pro-life groups are now engaged with TikTok because that recognise that 16 to 24-year-old sort of market, very vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I think one of the interesting things that I've seen in terms of data in the pro-life movement is, at least on TikTok, with Gen Z engaging with it, almost like for like use of pro-life and pro-choice hashtags with 1 billion sort of hits, almost 1 billion hits for the pro-life movement and 1 billion hits in terms of pro-choice hashtags. And I'm like, that's an interesting space for us to be in. And maybe the ground's a little bit more level than culture lets on in terms of openness to debate. What about you guys? What do you sort of have a preference in terms of platform?
I think it just really depends like who we're trying to reach. So like Facebook is really good for like information and like resharing things, but then Instagram's more like aesthetic and like putting like you know, different like graphics on.
Yeah, obviously we've mostly operated on Facebook, but we've got WhatsApp groups and people are experimenting. I think, to be fair, most of us are quite old and we resent any concept of change. But I think it's important that whatever we do put out that's pro-life is done with care. We're saying the right things in the right way and trying to act in the way that reflects our message in a sort of a loving and caring way, as well as a strong and truthful way, so that no one online can come back at you and say, you said this but you didn't do it. Which is, I think, is the challenge all of the time in all lines of work, but particularly in the work that we do.
I think on that as well, different platforms have different audiences, like you say, Lucy, and also different tones and styles. Like I find Twitter a lot more political, TikTok maybe a lot more fast, Instagram a lot more beautiful, or, you know, those different ways. How, in the platforms that you use, important, and you touched on that, James, is how important is like your language, your tone, choice of graphics, and maybe what are some of your guiding principles for when you're crafting posts for the various platforms that you engage on? What's important to you?
Well, with as TikTok is the main one, we do other stuff as well, but usually it's just sharing our TikTok videos on there. But it's you've got to make it captivating to get the attention, to get the views, because you want for the algorithms to be able to share it. The more views and the more watch time you have, the more it will share it to other people. So you want to make it captivating and, you know, enticing, but at the same time you want it to have an actual message that will get through to people and that will actually change minds. Because you can, and what a lot of people actually do on TikTok, which I try and stay away from, is just making an outlandish statement in a really kind of in as a brash and harsh a way as possible, with no explanation, so that people comment on it and get angry about it, because the more comments, the more it gets shared. But I think staying away from that is a good idea.
Yeah, I think you touched on something really, it hit my heart, is, you know, about that love and that truth together, you know, and not just coming out with something outlandish. I know, as Rachel's Vineyard, being post-abortive myself and having 2 abortions and supporting so many women and men that are hurt by abortion, I think we all have to recognise that you've got audiences that are looking at your posts, that are reading them, and these women and men are already hurt, they're already wounded. So are you being helpful and healing, or are you hurting? And actually, you know, you said changing minds, we need to change hearts. You know, because I think it's Stephanie Gray that says, you know, we can all win an argument, but actually winning a person makes a huge difference. And personally, for meeting pro-lifers like yourself today, I met lots and lots of pro-lifers, and I've been to lots of pro-life events. And then when I actually see them on Facebook or on Twitter or on social media, I don't recognise who they are.
Yeah.
And it's about that being consistent, about, you know, always knowing people like Rachel are watching, you know, and I can't instill in you enough. I don't care what people say about me. Obviously I've got pink hair, you know, but I don't care. But I care about what you're saying to somebody that hasn't had the healing. So, for example, I told my story and it was put on social media, and the amount of attacks, not from pro-aborts, but from pro-lifers, you know, why didn't you close your legs? Why, you know, one abortion was bad enough, but two. And then social media and people liking comments like that, it's like endorsing, well, that's okay. And it's far from okay, because the ripple effects of that, I've had people come to Rachel's Vineyard, they've actually quoted that at me, and they've said, well, I had 2 abortions, one was bad enough, but 2, and I saw that online. So I think we have to be very careful with our language.
Yeah, and it's also when we're trying to discuss the fact that there are things that are right and wrong, there is, like you're saying, there's always people involved, and I think we should try and encourage the pro-lifers to suggest to people, the reason we don't want you to do it wrong is A, because it's wrong, but B, because it will hurt you. And whether you think it'll hurt you or not, it will hurt you, and because we care about you, we don't want you to be hurt. And there's a lot of commentators who say that, you know, abortion is something you wouldn't recommend to anyone. It's not something that you would want people to have, and it's trying to show that we care enough to be there for that person and give them the right choices.
Absolutely. That's what being pro-choice is about.
Exactly.
And that's why pro-lifers are pro-choice.
And this is also why I'm saying about trying to be very careful about what we say and how we say it, because it's easy to be glib, it's easy to poke holes in an argument, but you don't want to poke holes in people.
No.
Yeah. No, 100%. And I'd say, like, definitely, especially like in like the comment section, you've got the person that you're talking to, but you've also got like the people who aren't commenting, who are just seeing that, and they can see the way that you're talking to people and the way that you're like interacting with them, and so it's so important to like always like, well, not because people are watching, but to reach out with love to people, because and like kind of try to see where they're coming from and like try to understand them and that kind of thing, because the people that are watching will watch all of those comments as well, and they, as you were saying, might apply that to themselves. And so it's really important to always be thinking, I'm not just talking to this one person, like this is for everyone, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
You used a phrase, truth and love, in what you shared there, Rachel. And I think, like, how do you find then the balance between the two? Because we absolutely have to have that sort of pastoral sensitivity and compassion and awareness, like you say, Lucy, you just don't know who's going to be reading these posts and those comments. But how do we, you know, dispel some of the lies around the culture of death and around abortion and speak some truth into that situation? What does that look like in terms of what you do in your organisations, or any thoughts that you might have on that?
I think it's absolutely fine to say the truth, that, you know, abortion is the killing or the ending of life. You know, it's not okay to say murder, and it's not okay to point fingers. I've been very careful with that. So when we give a truth, you know, that abortion hurts and abortion wounds not only the child but the mother, and putting the two together is very helpful. And always signposting them, like you would if somebody was in pregnancy crisis, where the help is. You do it for the people that hurt through abortion. You'd point to, you know, places like Rachel's Vineyard, Stillwater's, Arch, you know, all those services that we know are really helpful.
I think one of the things with social media that's so easy to give a reactionary comment to something that somebody says, and just to be aware that out there are people who are trying to rile you up. They're trying to make you say something that either in a way that you shouldn't say, or say the wrong thing outright, and to try and have the wisdom to take a few moments to think about what you're saying. You know, you're saying everybody's watching, and it can be spread far and wide. So just to have a little think about, okay, what am I saying? Who am I saying it to? And is it going to be taken in the right way? And I'll say I'm one of the worst for that. I can say something that I mean is very truthful, and I mean it very kindly, but if you don't say it in the right way, it's taken completely out of context. So it's just sort of playing it back before you actually post that comment.
You know, obviously in social media, we've only got the word, obviously a bit different with the video. You've taken out in my case, thankfully, the accent, but you've taken out the voice, you've taken out the body language. So all you're left is the words. And I don't know if any of you have done this, because I know I have. You ever sent your friend a text and it's been taken the wrong way, and they know you?
Yeah.
You know, I am known by my friends, believe it or not, to be a bit sarcastic, you know, and they can take that the wrong way. So when you transfer that to somebody who doesn't know you, of course, you've got to look at, will they take this the wrong way?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's when I do think I fall prey to that sometimes as well, especially in replying to the comments on a video, like, because TikTok is a very reactionary place. I'd say, other than Twitter, it's probably the most reactionary, and it is full of comments of I see of pro-choicers, but I know that pro-lifers do comments like this as well. That are just saying really things to try and rile you up, things that they don't even believe themselves, that are just trying to get you to react, because I don't know, they want you to make a fool of yourself, and when you react like that, you kind of do. And I've made myself a fool a few times, but I'm definitely working on that.
It's a life lesson as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something we need to know about everything we say is to say it in the right way and say it carefully. And I try to live by the rule that I would never post anything or comment on anything online that I wouldn't do in person.
Yeah.
But it's so much easier in person.
Yeah. But it's also it's standing back, especially don't comment when you're angry or you're upset. It's leave it, be reflective, and then go back and think, how could I frame this, or actually even ignore it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, you don't have to respond to every comment, and if someone's just like throwing out abuse or just doesn't actually want to have a discussion, or is only there to be mean, then you don't actually have to take time to respond to that, because sometimes it's just better to not. Sometimes.
I think our spiritual director gives us quite strict instructions not to engage the crazies. Which is probably the best idea.
Except for me.
Just leave it be if you're not sure. Yeah, say nothing if you're not sure. It's probably the best way.
Yeah, because you can end up for hours arguing with somebody, and also looking. I don't really argue with people for hours, but I watch other people arguing, and neither side wins. Neither side comes out at looking any good.
Yeah, one of them just ends up blocked by the other one,
Yeah,
and that's where it ends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I have 0 people blocked on my list, but I can tell you I must have a few hundred who have got me on their blocked list, just because I used to never back down from an argument. I thought backing down was losing, and realising that, you know, you can just not reply, that was kind of a big thing that I think has helped quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's also trying to find a little bit of a balance there. I know some time ago, one of the pro-life pages, someone was trolling them. And in the few moments I found spare in a day, I sort of went on a bit of a troll hunt. And everything that he'd put up, I sort of questioned, and he was questioning their people's motivation and their heritage and all the rest of it. Absolutely everything they put up. So everything he said, I came back at him. And this went on for a good couple of weeks. And he sort of tried to paint me as a white supremacist and all the rest of it. And I tried not to get it personal, and sort of tried to focus on the points that he was making against that particular pro-life movement. And then one day he made this outlandish claim. So I went onto the page, I think it was Good Counsel Network page, to show what they actually did for women. Just copied and pasted it into a post and said, well, you've said this, but here's that. And I thought he would just come back with more and more sort of, vile stuff. He deleted everything that he'd commented. Absolutely everything went. And I was stunned, but, you can make a difference. But I think particularly in that case, he was just thought he'd found an easy target.
Yeah.
And when it was made not quite so easy for him, and then a piece of truth landed, it had an effect, but I can't suggest that would work in every case.
Yeah. And I think it's important especially when you're looking at pro-life organisations and their platforms, even more so, that there's got to be an element of debate. And there's got to be an element of allowing people, you know, freedom of speech and allowing them to say what they want to say. But if we like those comments, that's when we're actually endorsing what they're saying is okay. And that, I've seen that happen many, many times, you know. Or if you share a post of like some outrageous view from America and you share it, you're actually saying as an organisation, yes, you know, we agree with this, we believe in this. And it can be, like I say, from a post-abortive point of view, really hurtful, you know.
So I think one of the things that strikes me about the sort of vast media culture we live in is a lot of our arguments or debate. It's, you know, on TikTok or Twitter, we want sound bites, we want like sort of like punchy answers, and sometimes I think it's like who can shout the loudest. But like for me, the pro-life debate is a lot more complex, often a lot more nuanced. There are a lot of people carrying different things, like some of the people that you speak about, Rachel, in terms of hurt people out there. How do you sort of push against that sort of quick culture and the sound bites, and can you actually have a meaningful pro-life conversation online?
I mean, I personally know for a fact you can definitely have some very meaningful conversations. I find it is a lot easier when it's on the direct messaging rather than commenting, because it's it kind of takes a step away from the social media aspect of it and just makes it a conversation. And I think it's just trying to find the people who are disagreeing with you, but not just to be in a disagreement. They're disagreeing with you out of a genuine either misunderstanding of what you mean or just a different worldview. And I think you can have very meaningful conversations with them. Like, for example, there's a few post-abortive women I've seen on a few of my pages who have talked, and we end up talking about other comments by pro-choicers and how they have also been hurtful to them, because they say stuff like about, like, you know, eating the fetus and stuff like that, and it's, you know, it can be very very disturbing to someone that's going through that trauma. And talking to them about it and letting them know that you're not judging them, you're here to help, and, you know, you just want the best for them and for the baby, and that can really, I think, change hearts. You're right, hearts is the better word than minds, I think.
And one of the things that's very difficult in the nuance is the counter arguments play to the extreme. So, you want a woman to suffer, you want their child to suffer, that's all you want by them being. And I think we do need to try and be better at expressing that, although we have this particular point that life is sacred and should be protected, we also need to be supporting that life, and we do. And it's something I think we're bad at, actually, and pro-life movement, particularly in this country, is saying that we do offer support holistically to the mother and the baby, to give them real options, because no one's going to this in a situation, I think maybe this week that's what I'll go through. They're people who are in difficult situations, that the odds are stacked against them, that it's hard for them to see the way forward, to see a decent option or choice. And so, well, actually, the right choice is a realistic choice. And then we come into the point where, if we're going to talk about suffering, it's a ridiculous argument. What suffering is too much? You know, is there anybody in this world that's suffered so much that they shouldn't have had their life? But when you get into that discussion online, it doesn't sound right. Yeah. It doesn't sound like you're loving and caring. Yeah. It just sounds like you want people to suffer. So it is hard to push against that nuance. But trying, as we've already said, trying to show that the love and the truth is there. And we've mentioned that there are so many organisations that are there to support women and families. We've mentioned that we were talking earlier about the Sisters of Gospel of Life.
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing, the Sisters of Gospel of Life and what they do. And, you mentioned the Good Counsel Network, they're incredible. Yeah. And, Crisis Pregnancy Helpline, amazing. And it's all the different groups, the pro-life groups. What I love about, we might not put many posts up on Rachel's Vineyard, but when we do, it's always shared. And it's, sometimes it's easier to share that. But while you share that post, what you're saying is we care about them too. And you'd be amazed how many people ring Rachel's Vineyard in a crisis pregnancy situation because they've looked at the post and thought, well, this is somewhere I might be able to go. Yeah. And then I've not, I might not have the skills in that area, but I know where to send them. I know where they can get support, so that's really important.
We've got to show that we've got the understanding and the sympathy and the caring to say,
Yeah.
you've got support there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I've seen, a lot of the good work from Alliance Pro-Life students or different pro-life student chapters in universities wanting to offer sort of support to maybe students that are facing an unexpected pregnancy. And what have you seen on the ground in terms of that sort of support for women? And also, Lucy, how has social media, or how is it used by these different student pro-life chapters to get that message out on what can often be a very hostile campus as well as the pro-life message is concerned? So how do they use that to get the message out there that there's support there for women?
I think just kind of like by like sharing posts, as Rachel was saying, like about different like organisations and different help that's out there. We have like a website called Pregnant at Uni, which has a list of basically all of the different resources at each individual university that you can like access if you're going through like a crisis pregnancy, or even like just like a planned pregnancy, but like it just has all of the help and unique to each individual university. And so the university students are able to share that as well. And yeah, a bit so that people who are watching, who might come to their page, maybe looking for help but not really knowing who to reach out to, might find like that there. Yeah.
That's great. So we touched on quite a few different things, but I think what would you see as some of the downsides or the pitfalls or the flashpoints in terms of using social media in the pro-life movement? Some of the things to be aware of, or maybe you've been caught out yourself. We've heard one or two little stories this afternoon.
Yeah, I think falling into that reactionary state is the biggest pitfall by far. It just kind of, it derails the message, and it goes to more just going for gotcha moments where you're trying to, I call it, you're debating for the third party. When you're debating someone, you want to look good for someone that's watching rather than actually change that person's mind. And I feel like that kind of debating style has become a lot more common with the common person through social media, because especially if you have a bit of a following, you feel like at least you can feel like sometimes that you need to reinforce that following rather than focus on the person you're actually debating, which I think is the much more important thing to do.
When I first became a pro-life activist, so I mean I used to be pro-life maybe just in name, but actually none of us can be pro-life just in name. We've got to actually go out there and do stuff, and we have to do stuff that we're uncomfortable with. And one of the parts for me was I ended up on a documentary with Anne Robinson and a load of pro-aborts, but I didn't have the arguments, I didn't have the apologetics. So social media was brilliant for me then, like, to find out what you say. What about in the case of rape? What about incest? What about, if they're going to be born with disabilities? So being able to go to YouTube and look at Ben Shapiro and also great people in the UK really helped me. But like you said, it's... And for me, when I went on that documentary, I felt like I'd got on my shoulders the whole of the pro-life movement. And that's what, what we all have. And we have to be really aware that when we say something, we're not just saying it'll be the abortion resistance or for any of our organisations. We're representing the pro-life movement, and we have to be really careful when we do that, because what we're saying is not just taking your platform down, it's taking everybody else's with it. So I think that's really, for me, when I'm sure lots of you out there and, around this table, you'll know Natalia, who was post-abortive. And somebody very recently put on Facebook, the real face of abortion is a dead person's eyes looking back at you. I mean, how's that helpful? And I think about Natalia, because she did, and she openly tells people, she saw her child in the toilet. She doesn't need that triggering, she doesn't need that reminder. And that is a fact, that the real face of abortion is a dead person looking back at you. But you don't need to hear that. It's not helpful, and it's triggering.
I do have to say I agree completely. For post-abortive women, that is a very very disturbing thing to hear, and I do agree that it's not something that should be said openly, but I think it can be used if you know the people you're talking So like in the direct messaging, stuff like that,
Yeah.
where you're speaking to one person and you know about their traumas and stuff like that. I think that stuff can be very convincing, actually, because that's not exactly that, but seeing the images of the effects of abortion, that is what overall kind of drew me towards the pro-life side when I was younger. And I think it can be a massive shock value, and I think to a certain extent that can be used effectively, but it is incredibly difficult to use it without overstepping that line, I feel.
And that is hard, isn't it? Because in everything that we do, we are censored. We can't use certain terms. We can't use certain images.
Yeah.
And to then get the truth out is very hard without going to shock tactics, which then, if we use the shock tactics, the immediate counter then is to shred our credibility.
Well, it's not loving, is it?
Exactly.
It's truth without love, you
Yeah.
know. And I'm really relieved to hear that you might do that in a direct private message when you know the person. But actually, what I'm on about when it's on there for everybody, do you know what I mean? And you know, Natalia wouldn't mind ever privately messaging somebody and saying, "I saw my child. You know, I watched the abortionist count the body parts of one of my babies." And I will say that, but I wouldn't put it on social media. You know, having an abortion means an abortionist is counting the body parts of your baby, because it's never going to change your heart. It's never going to pierce somebody, but the damage is collateral.
And it's the damage as well when you do it online, like you were saying earlier. Oh, someone who was a pro-lifer, we all get that badge. It hits everybody.
Yeah.
So you do have to take time, take a breath, and look carefully at what you're posting and what you're commenting.
And I think without going to the sort of extreme end of the spectrum, as you mentioned there, James, I think there can be quite a lot in, again, language that we use and debunking that, which I think can be done in a sensitive way. So, you know, we hear so many euphemisms around the pro-choice movement, you know, in terms of it's a fetus or products of conception or termination of pregnancy. And I don't know, I'm sure you could throw a few more in yourself and just sort of be mindful about maybe the language that we use in these places and sort of what terms or labels that we give to things to bring truth in a way that's quite, I think, quite gentle. But speaks not at the sort of extreme end of the spectrum. I don't know if you've had any experiences of that online or.
I knew one thing I find very difficult when you're trying to have a discussion or try and be helpful and show the pro-life message is when they try and censor your use of the word baby. Well,
I get
you
that
can't
a
call
lot.
it a baby.
Yeah.
Well,
What's a baby shower?
Exactly.
And it's that point where I sort of have to consciously take a little sort of step back and say, well, how am I going to progress with this conversation? Can I progress this conversation? Because if we're not breaking down the euphemisms, we're not getting to the truth. So it's, you know, being very careful about how you then proceed. And then basically what's going to happen then is, what is a baby? It's not a baby. It is a baby. It's not a baby. It's not a baby.
Yeah, and you
Everybody's lost
both
at that
throw
point.
definitions at each other from different dictionaries, and you're like, well, my one says it is, my one says it isn't, and it never usually goes anywhere. But I find that a lot of pro-choicers, they're only against the terms baby or child in the confines of the abortion debate. If you look at like newspapers or stuff that say, you know, you can't use it, you find them using it where it's like, oh, this person's pregnant with a baby, if they're like celebrities, and they use them words quite openly, like you said, baby shower. They know that it is a baby, it is a child, you know, and they just don't want to connect it during this debate because it can allow a lot of people, I'm not speaking for everyone, but it can allow a lot of people to take a step back from what the truth of abortion is, and they can deny the humanity of the child completely.
At the end of the day, it's a human life. Baby, zygote / fetus, you know, it's a human life at the end of the day. And I think if we get more, I'll be on about the post-abortive women, but we get more of our stories out there and the courage for women and men to tell their stories, it diminishes this lie that it wasn't a child, you know, it wasn't, you know, even Anne Robinson, if you watched her recently on the radio, and she said at the end of the day, you know, I was in this tremendous grief Well, you're not in grief for anything other than death, a loss of somebody that's died. You know, so there's some people are halfway there. They just need a bit more help to get there.
That was interesting. I also watched that on radio.
Yeah. Watched it on radio.
But I think also with language as well, it's like really important because I feel like sometimes as pro-lifers we can really talk kind of like defensively. Like that's our first, like how we speak is defensive because we already feel like we're going to be challenged or defeated or but sometimes it can be really useful to just use language where we just state the truth like kindly, but not like as if we're expecting backlash or to do it as like an attack or very aggressively, but to just kind of post things assuming that everybody would agree with it and finding that's actually a lot more helpful than because sometimes you can come across as really aggressive if you're always on the defensive or always expecting to be attacked back, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think speaking from personal experience, the reason that most of us do that defensive or kind of like attack before being attacked, a kind of defense, is that we're used to that whole visceral things. And even on the videos where we do what you're saying, there are usually attacks back, but I do completely agree that reaching that person in the middle, that person who isn't pro-life, who isn't that visceral, they might call themselves pro-choice, but they're not that concrete stance that they'll just insult you. Reaching that person, I completely agree that not going on the attack is a much better way to get to them.
I think possibly I'd go a step further than that as well, in terms of we've said about truth and love and care, because we care about the life of the woman and of her baby, but also as well for people who we've successfully helped in those situations, there's joy. And the world's missing a lot of joy at the moment, a lot of joy, and I think that is something that is probably the best thing that we can show for anyone. So we can't deny there's going to be hardship, but there will be joy.
Absolutely. I think for myself as well, when I post anything on Twitter or Facebook on a personal note, and I talk about the loss of Jude and Paul, when I say their names, it humanises them immediately. It gives other people hope in that situation.
Yeah, and I think the joy, you took the words out of my mouth there, James. I just look at the March for Life, and it's a celebration of life. And I think your point, Lucy, about not always being on the back foot or on the defensive, actually, like, this is life that we're celebrating. It's a gift, it's a joy, and we have something very positive to share in society. And like, I guess the challenge is, how do we let that be our starting point online, and we have hope and healing alongside the sort of debates and various other things that we get involved in. Just another question. I think we've talked about use of language and how we might be censored by other people or, you know, challenged in various comment sections. What are your views on sort of big tech censorship? So there's a lot of challenge, and I think, Joe, you probably have a story to share with us shortly on this. That, you know, if I'm using Facebook and they're censoring the post from Rachel's Vineyard or March for Life, wherever it is, or the algorithms are working against us on Twitter, should we keep engaging on these platforms, or should we retreat and leave them to it? That question is quite a big one. There's I think there's two things to address there. There's engaging on the platforms, you're going to be censored. That's pretty much for every platform. That's pretty much how it's going to go. I've got my fingers crossed that Twitter might change once Elon Musk buys that, because I'm not sure his opinion, but I'm hoping the censorship will die down there. But if it doesn't, then I guess, you know, no change. But I think the censorship shouldn't be a reason to just not engage, because in a sense that's censoring yourself. You're saying, okay, they're going to stop me, so I won't do it. Really, you're just stopping yourself from reaching that small audience that you can. Even if you get a following, and even if you only have like 10 or 20 or 100 followers, you're still reaching certain people. You might not be changing their minds, but you're still helping them understand your position. And I think that putting as much out there as we can, not only will it grow our movement, but it'll actually make the censorship more difficult. Because if one person's posting pro-life stuff, then they can censor that person quite easily. If 100 people are posting pro-life things, it will be a much more
difficult way to work around it, especially if people have personal accounts that are not just for pro-life messages. I know a few people on Instagram is very common that someone will just have their personal account, have their friends, have a party or a birthday on there, and then they'll have some pro-life messages on there as well.
I think as in pro-life work, obviously today we're talking about digital, social media, etc. But you need to be tooled up. There's no point having one basket full of eggs. You've got to be able to think, right, if I can do this, we need to be able to do it here. We need to do it in our lives, around the people that we know and work with, as well as on our social media, etc. Just everywhere that we go, we need to be able to do that. And if one avenue shuts down, well, we'll find another one. But sensibly, like having a 2.0 account, you need to anticipate that this is going to happen because people don't like what you say.
A lot of pro-choicers find mass reporting to be a good hobby. I've found a lot of our videos have been taken down, and we'll get message saying, no human has actually analysed this yet. We've just had a lot of people report this video, so a human will analyse this in a bit. It's like temporary ban for the video, and then we appeal it. And I think only one of our videos has ever stayed down. And then about a week ago or maybe 2 weeks ago, our account just got taken down completely. So like you said, having that 2.0 account is something that I think we should encourage a lot more pro-life people to do in case they ever do get taken down, because it can really be a lifesaver for that message, because otherwise you might have to completely start again.
Yeah. And I think some of the old people like myself in the room, say something we're aware of is that if we're only in one place, it's so easy to shut us down. That's it. We're gone. So, but we're also finding now that email listings is actually quite a good way of getting information around, which is almost seems like an archaic way of doing things. But that can be a good way of then getting people to come back to groups and into the work that you're doing.
I think, like you said, cross-platform, having multiple things across the different platforms is actually kind of a good way to get past the censorship as well, because if you're censored more on one platform, then you can engage more on the other one, and it can leak across. If for example, if you're censored a lot on Twitter but not on TikTok, you can have your Twitter account in your TikTok and people will follow you through there, and that'll help ease the censorship of that account. And
it's trying to use the media effectively. So one of the problems that I found or I've been frustrated by is when there are great events like the March for Life, the mainstream media try and just sweep it under the carpet, and it's our job to sort of show people that that something amazing has happened and try and spread that around. And I think as many places we could share that as possible is better.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. And I think we also have to share each other's posts like March for Life and get the message out there, when the march is in September the 3rd, get it into your parishes, get it into all your social media. And also because we're all in it together, and being really aware of that if somebody does post something, that we don't censor them ourselves by putting, comments on there. Private message them, private message the groups and say, when you put that, this is how it looks from my point of view, than actually naming and shaming people, because we feel like we're a small community, so we don't need to fall out with each other.
I think as well, within that, there's a point you raised earlier, we had we all represent different organisations around the table, and there can be censorship of those in those different places, which I know different people have experienced, but also our own personal social media accounts. People who follow you, who are friends with you, who've known you for many years, maybe at school, and maybe they're a bit more on the pro-choice spectrum or whatever. They trust you as people, and to see you, normal person on social media, happen to be at the March for Life, happen to be involved in some other life event or movement or something, it can be a very good talking point or a conversation starter.
Absolutely.
And I think that's very important.
Can I just say on that note that a friend of mine, she posts lots of things on her Facebook page, and one of the pro-aborts, because that's what they are, they're not pro-choice, they're pro-aborts, the pro-aborts, her friend who was pro-abort was reading these comments. Now, if my friend had said, well, you know, read my post, look at this, it'd have been too confrontational. But being able to just look at it and read it in her own in her own time, she went from pro-abort to pro-life. So it is worth it, definitely.
Personal contact. Just as we wrap up this round table, do you have any final words of encouragement that you'd want to give to anyone thinking about getting involved in pro-life digital activism?
Well, yeah, I'd say keep sticking at it. You're gonna get a lot of backlash, a lot of hate. You might be banned. You might lose your entire account after a few years. It did happen to me. But if you keep at it, you will eventually, you know, you'll reach a following or you'll meet other people. And yeah, it's only over once you give up. That's what
I would also say, like, you never know who's watching, and like, even if you only change one heart or only like save one life, like, that's worth it just for that one person. Like, it's still worth it.
I would like to embolden any men that are even vaguely aware that there's a pro-life movement, that it's your duty to care for women, it's your duty to care for children, and you can show that to the men in your life as well. Men need to do better.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, just from Rachel's Vineyard, if anybody's hurt by abortion, please contact us. And just keep going with truth and love.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. It's been such a fascinating discussion. I think one of the things that I'll take from it today is the need to put messages of hope and healing and joy and love and care, and to let those be our guiding principles when we're engaging online. And hopefully, you know, through our work, lives will be touched, lives will be saved. And thank you for sharing and for the work that you do in your different organisations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was really eye-opening. Thank you, everyone. I mean, it's a great thing in today's day and age, in 2022, that we are able to utilise social media to actually spread the pro-life message. And it's really important to be aware that obviously life is progressing and the way to spread that message is a bit different now, and that's where all the young people are at. So if you want to sort of nip it in the bud at an early age, try and help these women and these men know that there's another option, then getting on social media is a great way to do it. So please also share this video, share it around, share other pro-life platforms, just get the message out. I mean, Joe said something really interesting about censorship actually, but if everyone's on private accounts and everyone's sharing all of this, it's going to get harder and harder to censor the pro-life message. So get out there and do what you can.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think just using every tool at our disposal to share this message with people in the ways that people are able to hear it, it's just so important. Well, next we have a story by a lady who, again, will remain anonymous. She had an abortion when she was quite young, and so she's going to bravely share her story with us.
So this is my abortion story, and obviously abortion doesn't just impact one person, which is why I've chosen to have my identity concealed, just to protect other family members. So my story really began as a young child. That I grew up in a family that was supportive in many ways, but also quite preoccupied with other things that were going on in life. Had an older brother that was really in some quite difficult situations as a teenager. And because of that, I think I picked up the message that I needed to just take care of myself and to really just deal with my own problems. So as I grew up into a teenager, I became just involved in boyfriends and parties and that kind of thing. And I think looking back, that was probably just me trying to find love and trying to find that affirmation that maybe I wasn't receiving at home all the time. So as a teenager, I was 15, I discovered that I was pregnant. It was with someone that I was just in a casual relationship with. And I remember thinking that I really only had one option. I had this problem, and I knew that there was a solution to it. And even though I didn't agree with it, I remember discussing it once in a RE class at school and saying, you know, I understand that it's a life and I wouldn't ever do that. But when I was in that situation, all of that went out of the window because the fear just took over. So I went to a clinic that was actually for young people. And that's where I took a pregnancy test and they confirmed that. And they booked all of the appointments for me and everything. And I don't remember ever actually discussing any other options. I went in and I said, this is what I want. And they affirmed that really. So I left feeling like I was doing the right, maybe not the right thing, but the responsible thing. Because the reality was I was 15. My parents didn't really know about my lifestyle and I didn't have any money or a job. I couldn't support myself. How could I support a child? So I really convinced myself that this was the right thing to do. So between that appointment and the appointment at the clinic, I went to a Mary Stopes clinic. I didn't really think much. I think I just numbed what was going on in my head, in my heart. I just got on with life. There was only about 4 days, I think, between that time. So it wasn't very much time to actually reach out to anybody or reconsider. And then on the day of the abortion, I was had to get 2 buses to Mary Stopes. I went on my own. Nobody knew where I was, apart from the nurses that were in that clinic that I'd originally been to. So I went across to the clinic and I remember going in feeling like this is not a nice day. This is not something I ever thought I would have to do, but I will just go through with this and I just won't ever have to think about it again. And I really believed that. So I went in and it surprised me. I remember seeing that it was busy and there were lots of women there that were a bit older and were quite well dressed and just a real mixture of people, not the stereotype of the woman that I thought would have an abortion. And I think that was a comfort to me because I thought, well, okay, if these women are going through with this, it must be okay. So when I was in there, I think really was just on autopilot. I don't remember thinking or feeling much at all. I had no idea what was going to happen. I knew I was going to have a surgical abortion, but I didn't really know what that meant. I waited to be called, and the first thing that happened was had some blood tests and a scan. And I remember thinking, like, there's just something really wrong about this. Like, I'd imagined from being small that I always wanted to have children. And this was not what I imagined my first experience of an ultrasound scan would be like. And then from there I waited and I was called in to have the abortion. And I think from putting lots of different bits together, I think that I had it under sedation. And the reason I don't know any of this is because the abortion's actually not recorded on my doctor's notes. I only found that out quite recently because it didn't need to be, even though I was 15 and my parents didn't know. That was not something that had to be done. So I went through the abortion. It was degrading, it was embarrassing, it was shameful. I had never even been to an appointment like that with a doctor. So for that to be my first experience of that, I found it really, really difficult. I remember being surprised that the doctor was a man. That just felt really wrong to me, that I was this young girl. And yeah, it was a man there. I remember the nurse being really kind to me, almost like she understood that my situation was not good, and she really tried her best to support me. But I left that room just numb, I think. I knew something had happened to me that was big, and that I wasn't going to be able to just forget like I wanted to, like I'd promised myself. But I tried my best to do that. In the waiting area, I told them that my boyfriend was picking me up, because if someone was coming in a car, I could leave quicker. So that kind of shows how desperate I was to leave. But actually I wasn't being picked up at all. I was walking to a friend's house, which I now know was about a 40-minute walk away. So by the time I got there, I was in agony. And I suppose that was the first point for me where I really started to question this care for women, care for girls, that nobody was caring for me at that point. Once it was done, once it was over, there was no care. But as a 15-year-old, there was a lot going on in my head and my heart that just were too much. They were too big to deal with. So I just pushed it all down. And I didn't really think about what had happened for a couple of years until a few things happened kind of all at the same time. So I had another friend that had had an abortion when we were in school, and I knew she'd gone through with it, but then we never spoke about it again. And one evening we were out and she just got really upset and she was crying and she was grieving really, and I'd never seen anything like it. It was heartbreaking, and it made me think about what I'd done. And around the same time, my cousin found out that she was pregnant, and I went along to one of her scans. She had a 3D scan, and I saw just the reality of this baby who I loved, and it really started to bring up these feelings for me of what did I do? You know, what really happened that day? And then through a few different situations, I ended up going to a retreat with some friends, and on this retreat there was a pro-life talk, and I was so in denial and so numb, but I think deep down seeking the truth, that I went to this workshop, which I now think is quite courageous and a bit ironic. But I sat in this workshop and I listened to them talk about the reality of abortion and the damage it causes to women, and I really I had to leave. I just was so overwhelmed by everything that had happened, and I spoke to a friend and she just met me with love, just was saying, you know, that there's forgiveness and there is healing, but you need to look at this. So through a few different situations, I ended up going to confession, and I said to the priest, you know, this happened and I am sorry. I know that it wasn't right. I know that I took a life, but I didn't think genuinely there was any other option, so I don't think I can really be forgiven. And when I looked up, he just had tears streaming down his face. And we talked about the reality of the life and the child that I'd lost that day. And through that, I ended up going to a Rachel's Vineyard healing weekend retreat. And I was able to just look at the circumstances that had led me up to that point, and the anger that I felt, and the unforgiveness that I felt, and the shame and the guilt that I'd carried around. And I was able to just speak about that with other people who really understood, with other people who'd been there. And I came to a point of being able to start to let that go, and to really begin to accept that on that day, the reason that I felt so empty when I left is because that was my child, that was my first child. And I did lose something, a part of me was left there. And it really was the first time that I acknowledged and just honoured the grief that abortion brings. And it's been a long journey from there. It's been a really gradual healing process for me of just unpacking the layers and really accepting on a deeper level the eternal consequences of abortion, that I am a mother, that I lost a child. And that's the reason really that I am speaking about my abortion today, because it's not the easy option, it's not an easy way out. And I just don't want any other women or girls to have to suffer and go through the things that I've been through. I think I would say to a 15-year-old girl in the same situation to just be courageous and to ask for help. There are lots of people out there that want to help, and you don't have to do this alone. When you find out you're pregnant, your life has changed, and it won't ever go back to what it was before, whichever option you take. But there is support to be able to choose the option that brings much, much less heartbreak and much more joy. Sometimes I do wonder if there would have been people stood outside, if that would have made any difference for me. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm never going to know that. But what I do think about the whole experience for me was how lonely it was, and how I actually really wanted someone to just let me know they were there and that there was a different way. So if there are any women or men watching this today who might still be living in that place of denial or shame, or just the grief and the darkness of being post-abortive, what I would say is there are so many places and people that want to help you, that this is not something that you have to journey alone with, that there is hope and healing, and that every experience can be used for good. I think without Rachel's Vineyard and without the support that I received there, I would probably still be living in denial. I'd probably still be stuck in that cycle of just self-hatred and just destructive behaviours, and being so confused about why I'm so angry and depressed and struggling with life. I think Rachel's Vineyard really helped me to understand who I am and why I chose what I did, and take responsibility for that, but also be able to move forward in life and not let that hold me back forever. As part of my healing process, I named my child. His name's Joseph, and he is someone that I do feel I'm in relationship with. He is a part of my family, and I've come to really build that relationship with him. I ask him to pray for me, and I know that my life is different because of him and the way that he has been interceding for me and loving me. I think if there's people in your life that have had an abortion, one thing that's really important is to just give them the space to be open and be honest about their experience without any judgment. I think a lot of people who've had abortions carry so much shame and guilt. So being able to accept them lovingly and speak the truth with love to them is the most important thing. But yeah, to have that space. And I think one thing I've found really difficult on my journey is that people who've had an abortion aren't really given the space to grieve. There's no physical place to go, there's no funeral to be had, all those things. So I think just allowing them to grieve and to cry and to acknowledge that they lost something really precious.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that powerful story. And I think it's just a reminder for us all that how many people are actually affected by abortion. I mean, right at the start, the lady said she wasn't showing her face not for her own sake, but actually because others in her life were affected by that story. And so it's worth just being mindful of this and looking out for how we can support not only the person who's been affected directly by abortion, but their friends and family as well. And I think it's so important to remember that actually there's only freedom and forgiveness in Jesus, and that is available. It doesn't matter what you've done or who you are, but you can be forgiven, and once you have that forgiveness, there is no shame, there's no condemnation, and you can be completely free. And it's such an incredibly hopeful message. And so I hope if you are in that position, you will be inspired to investigate that for yourself. And that there is practical help available as well from many organisations. So if you go onto our website, we have a list of these people who would love to talk with you more and provide real pastoral support. So if you go to marchforlife.co.uk, you can look at all of the organisations listed on there, and please do reach out to them.
And next up is Isabel Vaughan-Spruce from March for Life UK, who we've heard from before. And she's speaking to Zachary King, who is an ex-Satanist. And he's going to be speaking about how abortion is actually a form of child sacrifice and his experiences of that from his past.
Hello, we've got a very interesting guest for you next. If you're somebody who's ever looked at the spiritual side of the abortion debate, into the unseen battle that's going on, you may very well have come across the name Zachary King. Now, Zachary King is an ex-Satanist, a former high wizard, and actually abortion plays a key part in his story. And we're very, very privileged to have Zachary with us today. Zachary is now a passionate pro-lifer and has given his life to Jesus Christ. So thank you very much, Zachary, for being with us today. We're really grateful to you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Bless you. Thank you. And we're also very grateful to your assistant for helping set up this interview. I know that you've had a lot of health troubles. I know you had to have one of your legs amputated, and also that your sight is really deteriorating now. So how are you today, health-wise, Zachary?
I'm doing pretty well these days. Yeah, I'm also on dialysis. And, a lot of people think, when you hit the stage of dialysis that your life is over and it's the worst it's ever going to be. the day before you get on dialysis is the worst your life is ever going to be, because you can't process the toxins in your body anymore and you feel horrible. The day you get on dialysis, you don't realize how bad you feel till you no longer feel bad. You know, it's sort of like the first time you get into a state of grace, you didn't know how bad the sin felt until you no longer had it. You know, and then it takes your body 6 weeks to acclimate to dialysis, because it takes not just all the toxins out of you, it feels like it takes your life out of you for 6 weeks till your body acclimates to it. And then once your body gets used to it, I've been on it for 4 years. I feel fantastic 3 days a week.
I love the way you bring the spiritual side into everything, Zachary. So I wonder if, to start with, maybe, Zachary, we could just start by, could you just give us a sort of brief overview of your story for people who maybe aren't familiar with anything about you, just to, you know, help them hear a little bit about you and see the part that abortion played in your story. If we could just maybe start with that.
Sure. Well, I got started when I was 10 years old, trying to find out if magic was real, verified that magic was, joined a satanic coven, started going to coven meetings when I was 12, officially joined when I was 13, contributed to my first assisted abortion when I was 14. When I left my first coven, I was looking for another coven, and I found one at college. Turned out it wasn't really a real satanic coven. It wasn't what I was looking for. Found out that there was a huge satanic coven out there that wanted to rule the world. And as a little nerdy, geeky kid, I wanted to do that. And I found out there was a position called a High Wizard, and I wanted to do that. That was the official magic person in the coven. I had been the official magic person in my previous coven, and they said they didn't know how you get it, but they hear that the devil handpicks you. So I figured I needed to get the devil's attention, and I knew that abortion did that. So I did 4 or 5 more abortions, and then I got called into this meeting when I was about to turn 21, and it turned out that I was being chosen to be the next High Wizard. And then as the High Wizard, I got picked when I was 21 years old. I did approximately, well, I did 146 total abortions. I did 3 that didn't work. And I got out of organized Satanism when I was 33. When I was approximately 40, someone gave me a Blessed Miraculous Medal, and I felt like instantly I was converted to Catholicism. And I officially, that was in January of 08. In May of 08, I officially entered the church, and I've been touring the world ever since. That was the Reader's Digest condensed version of my story.
So for people who aren't familiar, when you say a miraculous medal, this is a medal with the image of Mary, the mother of Jesus, on it, isn't it?
Yes, on one side, and there's stars that go around her head, and on the other side is 2 giant M's, and sometimes a crucifix or a cross.
So tell us a little bit about when you were brought up. Did you have any faith in your background then at all, Zachary? Were you brought up with any Christianity?
I was brought up Baptist, and I was raised Baptist from the time I was in diapers. And I was in the Baptist church when I was in my satanic coven. What eventually made me walk away from the Baptist faith is that, you know, on my Baptist church, they would broadcast every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. on the country music station in my parents' hometown. So my parents would play that so that they could hear the sermon for the day. And I had told my dad that I was tired of hearing about money every single sermon, no matter what the Bible verse was, it had to do with money. Like, this is my favorite sermon. Jesus wept because he saw the future state of the Baptist church and saw that people weren't donating enough money. And I told my dad, I hear one more sermon about money, don't bother to come pick me up. It's only 3 blocks. I'm gonna walk home. You know, and he says, you know, not every sermon could be about money. I was like, you're not listening. If you were listening to every one of those sermons, you'd hear that too. And he told me that that was nonsense, that that's impossible, that they're not all about money. It's like, all right. So that Sunday morning, I was sitting in church, and sure enough, whatever the sermon was about, you know, whatever the Bible verse was, it had to do with money. And I walked home. I just left in the middle of the sermon. And when I got home, my mom says, your dad is really mad at you. I was like, what's he mad at me for? I didn't make the Baptist preacher preach about money. And my dad walks outside and tells me that I'm the most irresponsible person he's ever met. And I said, now, wait a minute. You could have called the Baptist preacher at any time and told him, don't preach about money this Sunday or my son will leave. But no, you left it up to fate and chance and God. And he did it anyway. And here I am. I'm not going back. So after hearing about that, it was probably 5 years of sermons about money and why we should give. Now, I'm okay with them giving the tithe. You know, every church has a time where you donate money. I'm okay with that. But this wasn't that. This was every sermon was about giving money. Mm-hmm. And I just thought that entire Bible can't be about giving money to the Baptist church. So I never went back.
So all your time in Satanism, Zachary, did you still believe in God?
Yeah, I was a theistic Satanist.
Right.
I wasn't exactly positive that the picture that the Bible presents is the accurate picture. You know, I did believe that God existed, but I wasn't positive he was the good guy. Just like I wasn't positive Satan was the bad guy. Mm. Now, the longer you stay in, the more you realize Satan's a liar and that Satan is the bad guy, you know, and that you're going to hell eventually. But, you know, I wasn't entirely positive that there was a heaven or a hell, or that hell was permanent.
But you obviously recognized the power that Satan had, and that attracted you in some way then.
Right. You know, when you pray to God for years for something and he never delivers, and you pray to the devil like one time and bam, you've got it. It's like, whoa, I've been praying to the wrong guy all this time.
Now, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Because I know later on in your story, I think it's actually through abortion that you help maybe seal your pacts with Satan and get the magic, the spells that you want to happen. Can you just run through with us how that actually works? I mean, I know this is quite a sensitive issue for some people, but I think it's something that's quite important as well.
Well, in Satanism, magic is like, it's like everybody wants to do it. In Satanism, anybody can do magic. And then there's the official magic practitioners of covens. In my first coven, the official magic practitioner wore a red robe. Everyone else wore a black robe. In the World Church of Satan, the magic practitioner looks like there's an artist, Pink, who has a video and a song called Like a Pill. And in the official video of Pink, Like a Pill, there's a high wizard that appears 4 times. It's a tuxedo of some sort, a top hat, a wand or a cane, and corpse paint on the face. And in the magic, if you do a magic spell of any kind, pretty much everything is theatrics. Like, you can decide you want to do a magic spell for anything and pretty much just say, I'm doing a spell for this. And as long as there's a demon presence, you don't have to do all the theatrics. The theatrics isn't for me, it's for you. I'm going to do a bunch of spells in front of an audience or in front of a witness, and they want to see the powder exploding, flames shooting up, lights going off, smoke, mirrors. You know, the entire theatrical projection or production is designed for the person that's watching, not the person that's doing. And it's because they want to see a show. But you don't have to do all that stuff. However, the different levels of spells, like the very basic curse is like the evil eye. But to put that in perspective, giving somebody the evil eye is kind of like spitting on them. Not any big deal. It's insulting, yes. Not pleasant, yes. But overall hurtful? No, not really. Doing a different type of spell, kicking them in the shins. Hurts, yes. Irritating, yes. But overall harm? Not really. Doing another level of spell, pushing them. Insulting, yes. Hurtful? No, not really. Next level up, punching them in the stomach. Hurtful, yes. But overall, no real damage. You know, and each level of spell you do, I mean, eventually you're punching them in the eye. It hurts. It leaves a mark for a little bit. But overall, not really a lot of damage. Now, each spell, like I said, takes you a step up, a step up, a step up, a step up. Eventually, you do a hex. A hex is the biggest, darkest, deepest spell a Satanist has. And in a hex, you have to abort a baby. You give the devil something he wants, the devil gives you back what you want. You abort the baby, the devil gives you what you want. However, in the ranking of spells, where you just went from spitting on this person, to kicking them in the shins, to shoving them, to slapping them, to punching them in the stomach, to blackening their eye, this is dropping an atomic bomb on their head. Permanent damage, most likely they're going to die. Whatever you're asking for is going to happen. You know, now, when the devil gives you what you want, though, you know, it's like my first spell was for money. First spell I ever did. And I found a can of tennis balls with a $5 bill in it. I did it again 7 days later, found a $10 bill on the side of the road. Now, I'm not being specific how much money I want. I'm just saying money. So in 8 days, I get $15. My third spell for money, I did it again. And this time I went out and I found $1,000 on the side of the road or in a large parking lot. The thing about the devil is that he'll keep nickel and diming you, but it's not a guarantee that you're going to get exactly what you're going for unless you're doing a hex. And otherwise, you're doing a spell for $1 million and he gives you 1,000. Or you're doing a spell for $1 million and here's $10. Keep doing the spell over and over again. But I mean, he knows that every time you do that spell, it's a mortal sin. So you're violating the first commandment. So his goal is to get you to hell. And if he can get you to die without you going to confession, he knows he's got another one. You know, and that's his goal. His goal is not necessarily to get you to worship him, it's to get you to not worship God.
And can you explain, Zachary, then, what is it that's so powerful about abortion that kind of really can help seal that hex? Is it to do with the blood that's spilled, or what aspect of it would it be that really gives it that power then?
God made blood a binding agent in the Old Testament. Satan knows things like that, so he mocks God and does the same type thing. You know, abortion is the fuel that helps Satan's machine run. You know, the more babies he can have murdered, the happier he gets. The further it pulls you away from God. I mean, the poor person that has the abortion done. I mean, there's a verse in the Bible. There's a lot of people that say that, well, the word abortion's not in the Bible, so it's, you know, the Bible doesn't say anything about abortion. Well, it actually does. There's a Bible verse that talks about, I think it's in Galatians, and it's the people that don't inherit the kingdom of God. And it mentions sorcery. Well, that original word wasn't magic. Sorcery, the original word was pharmakeia. Pharmakeia was a potion that women would drink that would induce an abortion. And it would oftentimes kill the mother as well. But the original word pharmakeia meant people that practiced abortion did not inherit the kingdom of God. You know, this is a extremely satanic practice, and you're murdering the most innocent life there is. You're murdering a baby that hasn't even been outside the womb yet, who hasn't committed its first sin yet. I mean, yeah, it's born with original sin, but it hasn't sinned. Remember that in the Bible, Jesus says that these small children have an angel in heaven that behold the face of his Father.
And for Christians maybe who are listening to this, I guess it's also a good reminder of the power of the blood of Christ as well, isn't it? That can break any bonds that have been tied with Satan or any evil that's been done. You know, the power of that blood as well, his blood.
Oh yeah, and you know, whereas the satanic blood has yet to happen, you have to commit that sin to have the power of that blood. The blood of Christ has happened. I mean, if you're in this is one of the things the Protestants were good for. They would cover all of their Bible meetings with the blood of Christ, you know, to keep demons out.
Mm-hmm.
It's very rare to hear a Catholic do that prayer.
Yeah,
Terrible prayer.
I think this is something that we can learn from each other in, definitely. Just looking a bit more than at that issue, I know sometimes when I've been talking to abortion workers, people who actually work in the abortion industry, I have to say pretty much all of them have described themselves as being spiritual, as being religious. Actually, some of them describe themselves as being Christian. I know a while ago I was talking to a lady working in the abortion industry, and she said to me that she prayed to the Spirit every day and that the Spirit accompanied her to work in the abortion centre. And it did make me think, you know, the way she was saying the Spirit rather than the Holy Spirit, you know, what spirit it was that accompanied her. Do you actually think there is much Satanism that goes on within the abortion industry? Is it people who are just maybe confused, or are there people who are actually knowingly doing Satan's work within the abortion industry? What's your thoughts on that?
When I was a high wizard, we did a lot of abortions in abortion centers, in abortion mills. And we were able to do that because somebody within the abortion industry was a Satanist and let us come in and use their facility. Practically one person at every abortion clinic is a Satanist or a pagan or a Wiccan. It's something to do with spirituality that's not God.
Were you ever over here in the UK, Zachary?
I've been there. I've been all over the world. Name specifically where?
London, Birmingham.
London, yeah, I've been to London to practice magic and to do abortion.
Really, really. Would you have any advice, Zachary, for any parents who might be listening to this, who are maybe concerned about their teens or young adults getting involved in the occult and black magic in some way, and where that could lead? The sort of things that you're talking about, which is ultimately where a cult can lead to. What would you say to parents maybe who have worries about this for their own children?
For one, I talk to parents all the time that say that they're tired of praying for their children. It's like, okay, praying is like nothing. It's so easy to do. You got to pray a rosary every day anyway. You don't have to pray 50 different rosaries. You can put all 50 intentions into one rosary. Also, at the end of the day, remember, God's not limited by space and time. So at the end of the day, when you realize that you forgot to add somebody to your rosary, add them now. You don't have to pray another rosary. Just say, I want to add my son Bob into the rosary that I prayed earlier today. God can do that. Remember, we are limited by things. God is not. Don't stop praying for your kids. The person that you're praying for, that you want to convert, you're thinking that you'd love for them to have converted yesterday or today. This afternoon would be a great time for them to convert. But maybe if they converted today, they wouldn't affect the 100 or so people that they might affect if they convert in 10 more years. God is waiting for them to convert in his perfect timing, not yours. It's our imperfect timing. We think we know best because we're the parent. It's like, you don't always know best. God knows better than you. He will convert them when it's his time to do so. Don't give up on them and show them. This was where my parents fell short. My parents were the no police. Anything I wanted to do, the answer was no. And I viewed God the same way. God was also the no police. I mean, if you look in the Bible, it's not of, here, you're allowed to do this, and you're allowed to do this, and you're allowed to do this. I didn't see any of that. I saw, thou shalt not, thou shalt not, thou shalt not. However, if you look at a book of thou shalt nots, 10 thou shalt nots also shows you what you are allowed to do. But as a child, not really, I didn't see it that way. But my parents, would shut me down at every turn. You have to, if you're going to tell your kids you can't do this, you got to give them an alternative of what they can do. You can't take away something and just be happy with that. You've got to take it away, but you've got to replace it with something else. You don't want your kids to hate you and your religion. Hating you is fine. Don't let them hate your religion. Show them how joyous it is to be in the Catholic Church. It doesn't have to be a stick in the mud religion. You don't have to go in, everybody be unfriendly. Now, I know you've been to a Catholic church where everybody's unfriendly. All of us have. Even some of our own churches are unfriendly. People walk in, they're a new person, they come in, they don't get greeted, they leave. They're like, what a bunch of stick in the muds. You've got to show people God's love. God's love is not this stoic, stick in the mud, I don't care about you, you're all sinning, you're all going to hell. We talk about God's love and God's joy, but we don't display it. We don't show it to anyone. You especially have to show it to the young people. They have to see that God is pure love and that he cares for them and he doesn't want them to go to hell. Because if we're not showing them a good time, so to speak, the devil will show them a good time. But it's not the kind of good time you want them to have.
Very true. And if you're thinking of love as being the hallmark of God, I guess from my experience, I think one of the hallmarks of Satan is fear. And I know often when I'm talking to women who are considering abortion, I wouldn't even say 9 times out of 10, I think pretty much every time I've spoken to a woman considering abortion, ultimately it's been because of fear of some kind, whether it's, fear of what the future holds, fear of what people will say, fear that she can't cope. But equally, often when I'm talking to people who describe themselves as being pro-life, I often seem to find that it's fear that holds them back from actually putting their pro-life beliefs into practice. And sometimes it can end up just being a bit of a label that they wear rather than a way they live their life. I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how we counteract Satan's fear, any kind of tips for dealing with that fear that can really paralyze us, like I say, whether it's somebody in a crisis pregnancy or whether it's a pro-lifer who just thinks, I couldn't possibly, pray outside an abortion centre or speak up in my university or whatever it might be, because they just feel so fearful. Any tips for that, Zachary?
God commands us all to evangelize. And he also says that he will vomit out the lukewarm on Judgment Day. So you don't want to be lukewarm. You don't want to be vomited out. And you do want to evangelize. You do want to let people know the truth. You can't look at somebody heading towards the edge of a cliff and say, oh, I don't want to embarrass them and let them know they're about to die. Because on Judgment Day, we answer for what we did do and what we didn't do. So, if you know somebody is about to do something wrong, you need to tell them. Now, if you tell them and they get insulted and walk away from you, you still told them. That's on them. But if you don't tell them and they do something dumb, like they get an abortion, they kill their baby, they murder their baby, and you knew it was a sin, and you don't tell them, that's on you. It's also on you if you decide, like in this country, we have a lot of people that claim to be Catholic and vote for the Democratic president who's for abortion. Don't you realize that every person that you put in office that is doing something that is against the will of God, you have to account for all that. So if that person's accountable for millions of dead babies because of bills that they signed, that makes you partially responsible for all that because you voted that person in. You can't see the evil that men do and think that you don't hold a part to it. We are all accountable for every decision we make and we don't make. And you can't be afraid for speaking the truth.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk, Zachary, about laws that have been voted in. I know recently here we had home abortions, pills by post abortions that have now become permanently legal at the moment in the UK. And I know people are particularly concerned about this because, it's bringing a certain evil actually into people's own house. I know a while ago I was talking to somebody who worked in the exorcism ministry, and he was particularly concerned about this, saying, how the house might well need a blessing afterwards, because of the evil that's happened, under that roof. Have you got any thoughts about particular concerns about abortions happening in people's own homes? And I presume this is, something that particularly Satan was really wanting to bring that into the family home.
The only abortions that I'm familiar with that happen in people's homes is when it's a satanic coven that gets that to happen. And here, when that happens, there's an abortion doctor and an abortion nurse, and they have full the abortion equipment that is needed for that event to take place. So and a lot of times it's more sterile there than it is in the abortion clinic. But, and any place where abortion is happening attracts demons, because you have murder, you have blood, which is a binding agent, and you have, the killing of innocents, which is really a big deal. It's, all the things that the devil looks for.
So I guess again, it's turning to Jesus to help protect us from that, and for any mistakes that we might have made in that area.
Well, we've got to either stay in a state of grace or get in a state of grace, and you've got to remember sacraments and sacramentals. All of these things play mighty roles. I mean, if you're going to go out and stand in front of an abortion clinic, remember that is a sanctuary for demons. You've got to be in a state of grace when you go out there. Bring your rosary. It's the most powerful tool we have as an individual. That, if we're not a priest, you may want to get out of your car and spray your shoes with holy water, and then walk around the clinic and pray. Spiritual warfare is real. In the Nova Soto church, when you pray, we have prayers. One of them is for all things visible and invisible. What do you think that prayer means? It says visible and invisible right there in the prayer. Would that be demons and angels? Probably. People pray that prayer not having any idea what that means. Or you mentioned that they're exorcists. And then I have people that go to my talks that say that they never knew the devil was real. They never knew there were demons. They grew up in the Catholic Church, never know that hell was a real thing. I was like, really? If you never read your Bible? It's mentioned 93 times by Jesus most of the time. Demons are talked about, Satan's talked about, but people are like clueless. We have really bad formation. We have really bad formation in this country, so I'm sure it's everywhere. But
yeah, it's certainly here too, Zachary.
What's that?
It's certainly here too.
And it's like we if there's no demons or hell and there's no Satan, why did Jesus come? What was he rescuing us from? If everybody goes to heaven, why did Jesus suffer so bad before he died? There was no reason for him to come if there was no danger.
Absolutely. Have you ever prayed outside an abortion centre, Zachary?
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to have, I don't have a ride there now. I used to have a ride with a friend every Friday. I would go, and I did it for 3 or 4 years here in Wichita. And they have a very organized pro-life group there. They have their table, all their merchandise, all their paperwork. They talk to them. They try and tell them that there's an alternative. There's another place they can go, a place that will help them. Try and let them know that, that's a baby. My dad used to talk about people talking out of both sides of their mouth. And I never understood what that meant. It didn't make sense to me. I mean, when you talk out of both sides of your mouth, how do you do that? And then David DeLayden here in the States came out with 8 secret Planned Parenthood videos where out of one side of their mouth, Planned Parenthood said, it's just a lump of cells. It's just some tissue and some blood. It's not a real baby. But out of the other side of their mouth, they said they were selling baby body parts like a brain, lungs, heart, liver, kidneys. How do you get baby body parts out of a lump of cells? Don't you have to get baby body parts out of a baby? So out of one side of their mouth, it's not a baby. And out of one side of their mouth, it is a baby. Which is it? You can't have it both ways. It either is or it isn't. And if you're selling baby body parts, you're selling them out of a baby.
I know, Zachary, when I've listened to some of your testimony before, I've always been really touched with the way you've talked about how, because you understand the mercy of God, you don't have any shame anymore. And I think that's actually really powerful, because so often I'm talking to women who've been through an abortion experience, men as well who've been through abortions, and maybe even though they've repented for what they've done and have found a certain amount of healing, they still struggle with shame. Have you got any tips for people who really struggle with that, you know, because sometimes that can be a really difficult place to be in? Any thoughts on that?
I think one of the really good things you should do is go for like a Martha's Vineyard, or a retreat center that helps post-abortive women or men deal with what they went through. I went for years. I mean, my first assisted abortion was when I was 14. I finally went to a post-abortive retreat last February, like February 2021. And I had a friend that had talked about how great it was, and I never thought I needed one. It was like, no big deal. I don't need it. I don't feel called. Finally, I felt called to go, and I went. And, it's like a weekend thing. And it was so intense. It might have been longer than a weekend. It was so intense, and it heals you. It takes you from beginning to end of what you went through, everything that you may or may not have done, feelings that you would have gone through back then that you're not even aware of. But a lot of healing can take place.
So moving forward then, Zachary, final question. How do we end abortion?
There's a fun one. Okay, I have a book and a CD set called Abortion is a Satanic Sacrifice. In the first part, I talk about how we got abortion in America. In the second part, I talk about the 10 agencies that move Satan's agenda around the world, which these are groups that put abortion in the four corners of the planet. And then in part 3, I describe how that abortion is spiritual warfare, and how that you can't fight a spiritual battle physically. You have to defeat and fight in a spiritual battle spiritually. So I talk about ways to shut down an abortion clinic and where it has worked. Where 40 Days for Life got started in Texas, they prayed and fasted for 40 days a year for 9 years and shut down an abortion clinic. So we as human beings shut down the abortion clinic in 9 years. But what's 9 times 40? It's 360. God shut down the abortion clinic in 360 days. It seems like the lesson there was, had we done it for 360 days in a row, he'd have shut it down, because he shut it down in less than a year. We're the ones that spread it out over 9 years. I say to do a Eucharistic procession with an image of Our Lady of Guadalupe and people walking behind praying rosaries. We had 2 abortion clinics shut down in Melbourne, Florida. One, a priest did it, and it shut down in 2 years. Then we had another place where a bishop did it, and it shut down in 6 weeks. We had in Rockford, Illinois, we had a group of exorcists, anywhere between 1 and 4, would go out as often as they could and prayed and did exorcisms outside an abortion clinic. And within 2 years, that abortion clinic shut down. And then I also say to have masses said in front of an abortion clinic. Now, in 2000, it was either 17 or 18, I'm not sure which. And I know that if you go to LifeSite News and enter my name, there's an article that comes up, and this article happened on the same day. Like, I tell how to shut down an abortion clinic in this article, but I also say on that day that my bishop is on that very day is out in front of an abortion clinic doing a Eucharistic procession, a mass, and an exorcism. Now that happened in October of that year. In December of that year, me and my family were at Mass, at midnight Mass, at Christmas time. And we're attending the Mass. And before the Mass starts, my friend leans over and says, Leslie Page just walked in the back door. She's sitting on the back pew. Leslie Page was the abortion doctor. So after Mass ended, we walked up to her. She didn't go up for the Eucharist. We walked up to her and she gave us both a hug. She sees us every Friday protesting at her abortion clinic. And she said she had not been to a Latin Mass in 57 years. And she felt the urge to go this year. She had the option to go to a different Mass, but chose to go to Latin Mass. So she is no longer an abortion doctor. And she's embraced her Catholic faith. Now, you want to know the power of doing a Eucharistic procession and a Mass and an exorcism at an abortion clinic? That's the power right there. You have an abortion doctor that no longer does an abortion, and she's embraced her Catholic faith and is going to the Catholic Church now.
Well, I think that's a really good lesson to us to actually use the spiritual weapons that we've got, particularly any form of prayer, but all the spiritual weapons that we have, to realise that it's not just our actions, but ultimately spiritual things which will help end this war on abortion. So thank you very much, Zachary. And I know that your full testimony is also available online if people want to hear more about your story. And like you've said, do you want to just tell us your website once more again, Zachary?
It's allsaintsministry.org. If you go to my website, the banner to the left-hand side has a YouTube link. If you click on that, the first interview that comes up is EWTN interview. It is very well done. It's probably one of my better interviews.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for your time today, Zachary. We're really grateful to you. Thank you for all that you're doing now for the pro-life movement. We're really blessed to have you with us. So goodbye and thanks for being with us today, Zachary. God bless.
Thank you for that, Zachary King. I mean, I think that really shows us sort of what spiritual battle we're in the world that we live in the fact that abortion is in this world, and we are like in a battle. But I guess even if you might not have religious affiliation, the concept of abortion, the ending of an innocent human life, it's evil. It's got something dark about it, and I think that we can all relate to that, and we can all relate to the fact that there is a darkness about it. So thank you, Zachary. That was really, really interesting.
I think it's important to remember and encourage you that God is more powerful than the devil. And because of what Jesus did on the cross, how he gave his life in exchange for our lives, he not only defeated the devil, but made a way for us to have freedom and forgiveness from any evil, things like abortion, but also many other things as well. And so it's within that place of victory, really, we operate. And so we don't need, if you do follow Christ, you don't need to be worried about the devil in that way. And can be confident that we will win this fight against abortion, and we will see this nation restored once again. So next up we have one of our tough questions which Dr. Callum Miller will be answering for us. Are pills by post safe?
Is pills by post safe? This is a scheme that the government introduced at the beginning of the pandemic, where instead of a woman going to see an abortion provider in person, she could simply call them up over the phone, receive abortion pills in the post, and have the abortion at home. Now, it's been widely claimed from many authorities that this is completely safe and that this is helpful for women and that women are not put at risk by this. But what is the reality behind that? Well, you don't have to just take my word for it. There are a number of professional, high-level organisations which are supportive of abortion generally, which have come out publicly, risking the wrath of abortion providers, to say that this is ultimately not safe for women, and particularly for vulnerable women. We know that the NHS's child safeguarding authorities, the National Network for Designated Health Professionals, have come out publicly and said that this is not safe for children or vulnerable adults, and we'll get to the reasons why in a moment. We've also had the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, who have again publicly come out and said that telemedicine abortion is not safe for children. And yet, despite this, the abortion providers and the lobbyists and the advocates are saying that it is safe for all these women and all these young girls. They do not need to be seen in person. And this is an extremely radical move. And that's because there are a number of ways in which this is unsafe for many reasons, and some of which we won't even go into. The first reason this is unsafe is because it puts women at risk of being forced into an abortion, and it puts victims of domestic abuse and sex trafficking at risk of not being detected. We know that abortion providers are one of the most common places visited by victims of sex trafficking and domestic abuse, partly because being raped and being sexually abused is part of being trafficked. And as a result, many of those women will be forced to have abortions and to seek consultations with abortion providers. Now, what abortion providers normally say to women at risk of being pressured into an abortion is that there is no need to be anxious and that there is no need to be worried about this. On the Murray Stopes website itself, it explicitly addresses women being pressured into having an abortion and assures them that you will be seen in person, in private with someone, with no one else around, so that we can be certain that this is your decision. That is the central way that abortion providers reassure women that they will not be pressured into an abortion. Now, of course, pills by post completely removes this protection, because anyone can be in the room with a person when they call an abortion provider to receive the pills. But even worse, of course, when they get the pills, the person at home with them can pressure them to take them. Or in some cases that we've seen, they don't even need to pressure the woman to take the pills. They can simply take the pills and put them in the woman's drink or food. And we know that this happens. And a BBC survey found that this had happened to a significant proportion of women. And in fact, it was becoming more and more common in younger age groups, suggesting that this had become worse as a result of pills by post as a recent change. So pills by post puts vulnerable women, particularly victims of domestic abuse, human trafficking and coerced abortion, at profound risk of a serious human rights abuse, which is forced abortion, which causes immense and untold trauma and distress to women, often lifelong trauma that needs professional assistance. The second reason this is dangerous for women is that if you do an abortion without doing an ultrasound first, you do not actually know where the pregnancy is. It may be that the woman has an ectopic pregnancy in her fallopian tubes or elsewhere. And what happens if you give women abortion pills in this context is firstly that you do not pick up the ectopic pregnancy, and secondly, if the ectopic bursts, as it will do eventually, this will cause dramatic bleeding, major hemorrhage, and will cause a life-threatening situation for the woman. But because the symptoms of a ruptured ectopic pregnancy are pain in the abdomen and in the pelvic area, along with bleeding, these symptoms are the same as the symptoms of a medical abortion. And so we know that women who have had a medical abortion or had the abortion pills at home without having an ultrasound, some of these women will assume that the pain and the bleeding that they are having is from the medical abortion pills, when actually they are from having a ruptured, life-threatening ectopic pregnancy. And so we know that some of those women do not go to hospital because they are told that these are symptoms of an abortion. And this puts those women at risk of dying as a result. And this has been seen in India, in Bangladesh, in Denmark, and in England. It doesn't matter where in the world you are, no matter what quality of healthcare services you have, this puts women's lives at risk. The third way in which it's dangerous for women is because without doing an ultrasound or even a physical examination, you have no way of telling how far along the pregnancy is. And so one of the concerns raised by the child safeguarding authorities in the NHS is that they have seen children giving birth to fully developed babies much further along in pregnancy at home with no medical assistance and with no one around them, because they told the abortion providers mistakenly that they were less than 10 weeks along. Now, this has happened many times. These are not one-off incidents. We know of dozens and dozens of women who have given birth to babies in the second and even third trimester at home with no medical assistance. And this is profoundly dangerous, all the more so given that it has been occurring in children. And so it is completely understandable that you would have these NHS and medical authorities who normally support abortion saying that this is profoundly unsafe for women and for children and should be immediately ended. And so we hope, despite Parliament's decision, that eventually the evidence will continue to grow and continue to be so strong that even those who are currently resisting it will eventually realise that they are putting girls' and women's lives at risk, and that this needs to be ended as soon as possible.
Well, thank you, Dr. Callum Miller, for that really interesting talk about are pills by post safe? Now, 1 in 17 women are actually hospitalised after taking these pills at home. So it's incredibly dangerous. In every one of these procedures, a baby will die in almost every procedure. And in 1 in 17, a woman will be hospitalised. Why isn't the government promoting these statistics? Why aren't women aware of these dangers before they go into it? These are questions that need to be answered. If you'd like to learn more and hear a testimony from someone who's been through this, then please do visit our website, which is marchforlife.co.uk.
We have a more upbeat story now from Errol, who's going to provide us with a really touching testimony about the joy that someone with Down syndrome can bring a family.
everyone. So my name is Errol, and I'm very happy to be talking to you today just to share a few experiences about primarily my brother David, and just to share a bit about his life and his death, and a bit about his background. So I'm very happy to be doing that today. David was my eldest brother, and there's 4 of us in our family. He was the eldest, and I'm the youngest, and he was a man with Down syndrome. So he died about 18 months ago. And so I really just wanted to share just a few different things just to hopefully inspire you and to share so many of the positives of his life, what he went through, what we went through as a family. So when David died, he was 61, so that surprises many people. From that generation, they didn't expect a Down syndrome child to live very long, perhaps to their 30s, their 40s. So actually the fact that he lived to 61 is amazing. He had 1 or 2 close shaves, literally with death in his earlier years because of his various health conditions, but as I said, he lived to 61, which is great. So one of his last big events was his 60th birthday when he was very frail, but that was a very special family event. So we thank God for that. Just to wind the clock back to the beginning, so David was born in 1959, and my mother at that time was just a young woman, probably 26, 25, so a young woman, and obviously she had no idea. So my parents had David, and I remember her telling us it was only really kind of like maybe when he was 18 months, 2 years old, they went to the doctor because they noticed like he wasn't really developing the way a baby should, and they had no idea. And I remember my mother telling us the words of the doctor. So the doctor said, the boy's a Mongol. So that's, it's very, that sentence always stays with us, the boy's a Mongol. So it sounds offensive to us, but that was the language of the day, that was the terminology of the day. And it was from that point that they knew that he had Down syndrome. So that was the start of a long, long journey, basically a journey looking after him until he died at the age of 61. As a child, in his 20s, in his 30s, David was fit and active. He was very sociable. He loved parties. He loved all of his family and friends. He loved football. He loved going out. He was active, but in the background there was always health issues. He was always vulnerable to this, that, whatever. I guess one of the main milestones was when the doctors told my parents that he had a hole in the heart. So that was a big shock for them. I was just a child then, so I didn't fully understand, but obviously that would have been a big shock to them. And probably raising lots of question marks in their mind. How long will he live, etc., etc. But he carried on. He carried on with the love and support of my parents. They looked after him and they loved him. It wasn't easy, but as I said, it was their love and protection which gave him a life of 61. We had a blast as children. We had lots of comedy moments. We were very close, the 2 of us. Lots of jokes just between the 2 of us. Lots of comedy, which was good because most Down syndrome children, they have a cracking sense of humour. They can sense things that we can't, which is really special. Quite often by himself, David would laugh to himself, and it was really very touching to watch. He would, it's almost a bit like a little video playing in his mind, and he's having a whale of a time, laughing and joking, whatever's going on in his mind, and that was very beautiful. So I guess towards his 40s and in his 50s, obviously he became more frail. His health, more and more conditions developed. I guess the main ones were his cardiac problems. I think whenever it was in his 50s, the doctor said it's time to put a pacemaker in. So that was quite a big milestone as well. That was kind of like the first time he went on the general anaesthetic. So but God brought us through it. It was obviously there was risk factors, but he came through fine. So that helped him a lot, that pacemaker. As the years went on, in his 50s, obviously things deteriorated, particularly with his eyes. And gradually, to be honest, he went blind, more or less blind. He had quite a few operations on his eyes. And that became very hard for the people caring for him at his care home. But as I said, that's all fine. So it was all part of the journey I wanted to share with you today, his long journey, all of his sufferings, but so many joys as well. A great privilege to watch my parents look after him, especially when my father passed away, which was nearly 20 years ago now, and my mother kind of like caring for him single-handedly. She had one stroke, but even after that she recovered, and then she moved on to continuing to care for him. So at times it was very hard to watch, very painful to watch, but she did it with love and she did it with care. And that for me is very, very beautiful and a great privilege. So David's relationship with his father was always very special. Father and son were very, very close, and they were both devoted to each other. Dad always dressed him up in really nice clothes, going to church on Sunday together. Then they would go to the parish hall for a drink. Every Tuesday, every Friday was a day to go to the newsagent to buy a drink and a football magazine. So he led a full and active life, which is great, which is the way it should be. Everyone loved him. He loved dancing. He loved music. He loved Match of the Day, which was all great. And as I said, all of the family members all loved him. I think for me personally, because of David, we grew up with mixing and knowing lots of other children with disabilities and with Down syndrome, which was great and a great privilege. So that was always part of our lives. The Down syndrome children, they're all very different in their ways. Some are very noisy and boisterous. David was very, very quiet, but they're all great. They're all great, and I'm very grateful for that privilege to grow up with them. And so that was always part of our childhood. I think there was one year, whenever it was, maybe, what year was it now? Maybe 2003 or 2002, he became very ill. Basically, lots of fluid built up around his heart, and it was very serious. It was very serious, obviously because of all his pre-existing conditions and the hole in the heart. So it was a time of crisis. I remember my mother, my father being but as cool as cucumbers. My mother never left him. He didn't get better. I think there was some issue with what kind of like the doctors said, and maybe they didn't get it quite right, which is no problem. And then suddenly one night he was rushed into hospital and loads of fluid built up around his heart. So we went to the hospital, and Mum was there just by his bedside, and she was as cool as a cucumber. She just said to me, almost as a matter of fact, we've called the priest, and the priest has anointed him, because basically they were going to drain loads of fluid from his heart. So that's a big risk. It's a big risk for anyone who's healthy, but for a child like David, that's a big risk. But thank God everything went okay. He recovered. It took time, but he recovered. And I learned a lot from that. It's God saying, his time has not yet come. There's still more to his journey. So, which is great. So basically things happen according to God's timescale, not according to our timescale. My mum always said to me, be nice to him. We don't know how long he will live. So that always stuck in my mind. So as I said, he made a good recovery, which is great. He travelled a lot. He was able to go to Goa, where we come from, 3 times. So although he did get sick when he went there, but still he had 3 great holidays in Goa. All of his family love him there, and he was devoted to his family there. And it shows how healthy he was that actually he was able to travel all of the way there. He was in the Boy Scouts, so they had a special Boy Scouts group for children with disabilities, and he really loved doing that. dressed up in his Boy Scouts uniform and taking part in marches, Remembrance Day, meeting the mayor, etc., etc. So that was all good. It was all good. So as I said, a full and active life. One year he actually won an award, Boy Scout of the Year, which he was very, very proud of. We were very proud of. He got a really good commendation. It said leadership and other things don't come easily to him, but he's tried his best and he's got a cracking sense of humour, which summed it up all perfectly. Another important milestone, a very happy one. So 2016, my wife and I, we got married. Why she would choose to marry someone like me, I don't know, but that's, bless her, she did. So we got married in October 2016. And I always said, if I get married, I want David to be my best man. So, and it happened. I got married at a relatively kind of like older age, but still he was my best man. And it was great, himself and my nephew Patrick. And he was really, really proud to be best man. He understood completely what was going on. He was looking forward to it. He made a speech, which was great. Someone read the speech for him, and because he's softly spoken and people can't always understand what he's saying, someone else then read it out, and it was very, very touching. His speech came first before we had our lunch, before we did anything else, because he needs to come first. And as I said, it was a really special day. I felt very proud to have him as my best man. At the start of my wedding speech, he actually came first. I spoke about his life. I said, look, he's here. He needs to come. Look how proud we are, everything he's gone through, but he made it to this day. He danced and he danced and he danced at the wedding. I got a bit worried because he's quite frail. I hope he's going to be okay. But he danced and he danced and he danced, which was great. It was a palaver to get him ready that day, but that's fine. It always takes a long time, but that's fine. It's no problem. When we were on the altar, he knew exactly what was going on with the rings. So it was very special. So I thank God for that. And as I said from the beginning, if I were to get married, which I'm glad I did, I wanted David as my best man. So just to tell you a bit about David's life last week on Earth, because not to be morbid, not to depress you, but it's actually very beautiful. So one day in November 2019, I got a call from his carer to say that they were in hospital and that I need to come straight away because the doctors are quite worried about him. So I wanted to tell you about actually the journey in the taxi to the hospital. Obviously my mind was spinning with lots and lots of things, but I think one of the main things in my mind was actually, will he be dead or alive when I get there? But God is very good, so God gave him one final week on Earth, which me and my sister spent with him, and it was really powerful. I'll never forget. So he was admitted to hospital on that Wednesday, and from the beginning we knew it was quite serious, the illness that he had. Kind of like his lungs were under attack, his heart was already weak, his kidneys were failing. And then kind of like within 1 or 2 days they said, we need to move him into palliative care, which is fair enough. They said, poor boy, don't put him through intensive care, all of that. Poor boy, he doesn't need that, he doesn't deserve that. So life turned a bit upside down. We were actually very blessed, very lucky because it was COVID times, but because of his Down syndrome, we were allowed to be with him. So for 1 week, my sister spent every day with him and I spent every night with him, and that's something I'll never forget. It was obviously it wasn't easy at times, but looking back now, it was incredibly beautiful and very powerful. It's a great privilege to watch someone die. It's a great privilege just to be with him in his final week on Earth. Obviously, it's very sad, it's very traumatic, can be traumatic, especially when it was all over. Then it all hits you, but during that week, basically, you're too tired actually to, your normal emotions maybe become a bit different. But I spent every night with him. Most of those nights were difficult and hard nights. Quite often he was agitated, sleepless, restless. But it's fine, it's all part of the journey. We never left him alone for 1 minute, as I said, which is really special. My sister all day and myself all night. After a few days, when the doctor said we'll move to palliative care, gradually they switch off the machines, so the beeping on some of the machines stops and things become more quiet, things become more peaceful. The end is coming. We don't know when it will come, but it's coming. And we're gradually preparing for that, and we're keeping vigil by his bedside. So he died on the 1st of December. As I've told many people, my family and friends, I really sensed something different on that day. There was sunlight pouring through the window and bright winter sunshine pouring down through the window onto his bed, onto his pillow. I believe that was God's light. And as I said, I sensed something very different on that day, the 1st of December. His breathing became shallower, and the team, the hospital team, the chaplain, everyone, they were all great. They said, this is, it sounds like he's coming towards the end of his life. So that day, around about 5 o'clock, he passed away. And as I said, that's actually for me personally a great privilege. All my life, I had said to myself, I want to be there at his last moment. It's just really, really important for me as part of the grieving process, as part of my journey with him as his brother. And God answered my prayer. God gave it to me on a plate. Literally, I'd just gone out to the hospital ward corridor to do something, whatever. And then I came back and returned to my place in the chair by his bedside. And he took his last breath. And it was so gentle and so peaceful. We had to check with the nurse, just be sure had he gone or not. That's how peaceful it was. So it's very beautiful. In addition, on that day, because it was the 1st of December, they were actually putting up the Christmas tree in the ward, and they actually coincidentally put it outside his window, so he was in an isolation room. So it got dark about 3:30, and when he died at 5 o'clock, the light from the Christmas tree was pouring through that window and straight onto his head, onto his pillow. And again, I believe that's the light of Christ, especially at the start of Advent and looking towards Christmas. I wanted to talk about faces because preparing for this talk, David's face was really, really beautiful. As I said, he died when he was 61, but he had the face of a little boy, which is really, really special, really beautiful. Basically, like the man, no, like the boy, he didn't grow up. So very often you'll see with Down syndrome children, they have the face of a child, which is so beautiful. And we need to take a step back and remember that and not forget that. Jesus taught us, to enter into the kingdom of heaven, you need to be like a child. You need to have the innocence of a child, which is what David had and is a great gift to us. Faces are very, very powerful. When I look at his face, it's almost like a prayer, his innocence. You'll probably see some photographs, but just to see his innocent face, it's almost like a medicine, really, to look at him, and it brings you joy, brings us joy. Another reason why I'm sitting here today, there's a very, very sad, very dark, tragic side to this story as well. You may know, you may not know, most of the babies with Down syndrome today are aborted. Probably 90% or something. In addition, it's actually legal to do that up to birth. So if I'm a mother and I'm carrying a Down syndrome child, I could abort today if the baby's due today. So that's very, very sad. It's very tragic. And so I spend a lot of my time scratching my head. How have we come to this? What is our world like, our country? What on earth is going on? I told you all about his innocence. I told you all about his life, how much we loved him, how his face brought joy to everyone. But yet most of them don't get to be born. So please spend some time reflecting on that, praying on that. we can change things and we can change the law. Surely you don't believe that it's right for that to take place, not only for Down syndrome up to 9 months, but also for, I think, cleft palate, club foot, which is just as bad. Another question would be, how do we change society's perspective about disability, about Down syndrome? Because the perspective needs to be changed. I believe it is changing. I think you've probably seen quite often you see people with Down syndrome disabilities on television. There's the actor in Called the Midwife, who everyone is very endeared to. Campaigners for Down syndrome. It's becoming more common, which is great. I hope and I pray society will see all of that and they'll come to realise, actually, these children are so special, they bring so much, what harm are they doing? And yet it's legal to abort up to the last moment. Part of the issue is most people don't actually know that fact. Maybe they just assume it's 24 weeks, they don't realise maybe it's up to birth. So it's a question of educating people, just spreading the message, letting people know what the truth is. Yes, so just to finish off, what have I learned from his life? I think to myself, actually, what would our lives have been without him? So there's 4 siblings, imagine if he had been born without Down syndrome, how different our lives would have been. All of those experiences would not have been there. Basically, the child is a child from heaven, so we need to look after them, to protect them, cherish their lives, and as I said, pray and hope one day that the law will change, because it will one day, because God can move mountains. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Errol, for sharing that beautiful story about the love that you have for your brother, and our hearts really go out to you. It's so awful, actually, how in this world we do see less and less people with Down syndrome. I think as I started to get a little bit older and actually notice sort of the world around me, I started to say to my family, why are there less and less children and people with Down syndrome? And it's because the figures are shocking. In this country, we've got 90% of children with babies with Down syndrome being aborted. And then you've got places like Iceland, which has an 100% eradication rate of children with Down syndrome. So it's something that really needs to be spoken out against, because it's just eugenics and it's just discriminating against people with disabilities. They are people, they are not just their disability. So please bear that in mind in the future and spread that out to as many people as you can.
Mm-hmm. Well, next up, we have a talk about the importance of fostering the next generation of pro-lifers. So a group of teenagers are going to talk with Caroline Farrow about what it's like to be pro-life and a teen.
So we're here. I'm Caroline Farrow. I'm the campaign director at Citizen Go, and I've been in the pro-life movement in the UK probably since about 2010, when I just started writing and blogging, and it was something I felt really, really strongly about. And I didn't realise quite what a need there was for UK pro-life apologists out there, and the reception that my writing got was quite extraordinary, whereas I kind of thought I was being very mainstream. So with me I have, do you want to introduce yourself, guys?
I'm Gabriel Yates, and I've been going to March for Lives for a few years now, and I'm really happy to be here today.
I'm Josephine. I'm also 15. I was raised pro-life, but I've become more involved these past 5 years or so, attending the pro-life marches and whatnot, and I'm very happy to be here also.
So let's start. One of the things I was going to ask was, what does being pro-life or anti-abortion actually mean to you? And why are you pro-life? So Josephine, you said you were raised pro-life, but presumably at some point you must have come to your
own decisions or question things?
Yes, well, I'm in a mainstream school, so I experienced a lot of different opinions on the pro-life issue, especially after I entered secondary school, and there were talks, discussions, and I noticed how very aggressive a lot of people could be about the subject. And I thought, okay, hold on a moment. And I did some reading, and I went to the March for Pro-Life, and it's the culture of life. It's the sort of the importance of the right of baby and mum. I just think that's really beautiful.
And what about you, Gabriel?
I was the same, brought up pro-lifer, and I'm not in a mainstream school. I'm homeschooled, but I always had debates with friends. Always my friends. I had some friends that would disagree with me, and I have read up on it, but it's mostly my parents. It always taught me logically through why it makes sense, and how it's a baby in the womb, when it's a baby, and why you can't put one life over conveniency.
So you both say you were raised pro-life, but presumably, I'm a mum myself. I've got 5 children, but presumably your parents did they bring pro-life to you in quite a positive way, as in, a lady's got a baby in her tummy, rather than, it's really because I know kind of the impression that people get of parents like ours. Well, my parents weren't pro-life, but parents who bring up their children to be pro-life, they imagine it's as a kind of proselytism or being lectured all the time. And actually, I'm certainly in my family that's not the experience. I'm guessing it's the same for you as well.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was an issue. I didn't even know it was an issue until I was about 10 years old. Up till then, I always assumed baby from conception. That was always brought up. I never even knew there was an opposite up till then, personally.
It was always definitely brought up in a positive manner in a home. So the whole pro-life versus pro-choice thing didn't really come into being as a discussion until I was a bit older. But it was always, so-and-so is pregnant. It's beautiful. They're going to be having a baby. Isn't that wonderful? So it definitely came as a sort of a surprise when I found out that wasn't the case for everybody, though I understand that it was, it's certain things are different, but I think it's really important how it was always sort of brought up in a positive manner. It wasn't, this is the facts. It was also how beautiful everything is.
And how old were you both when you discovered what abortion was?
I think I must have been, I'm not sure, probably about 8.
Right.
Probably.
I think it was in a discussion that some of my friends had been having because they were a bit older than me, and they were brought up very much so pro-choice, and I was caught off guard because I didn't realise that people didn't agree with me, and that was when I had a discussion, I think.
When did you find out?
I'd say a little older, because the homeschooling is a bit more sheltered. I would say about 10.
Right. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because my children, there's a lot of debate about whether or not children should be told about abortion. And I bet when you found out, I bet you were really horrified, weren't you? You're just how can someone do that? And I always think of the sign language do you know the sign language for abortion?
Yeah.
If you're signing abortion, it's it's really, really shocking. My children first learned what it was. It was a bit tricky for them because one of their siblings is much older, so she was aware, and we went to a pro-life event, and I think they're about 8 or 9, and so they weren't entirely, and they were horrified because that is a child's automatic reaction to discovering what abortion is. It is one of abject horror.
And my daughter, who's in year 7, had a really interesting experience just this term. So they haven't, because she's been at a Catholic school, they haven't really discussed abortion at primary school. So she's in her first year of secondary school and she knew what it was. And in a geography lesson, the teacher was talking about China's one-child policy and mentioned abortion. And the children didn't know, or the students in year 7 didn't know what, not all of them knew what it was. So they asked her, and she said, well, you know, it's when somebody has, I'm not sure the explanation she gave, but someone has a baby in and they decide to end their pregnancy. And the children apparently were saying, what, they kill the baby? And they then began asking questions about, well, does the mum have to give birth to a dead baby? What happens? And she was really besieged with questions. And she then said, well, because this is a Catholic school, I can't really go into that. Which I sort of found quite shocking and a bit of a cop-out, because I thought, you know, you must have realised that this was going to come up, but she obviously didn't realise that the kids didn't know what abortion was. So I'm kind of, yeah, I mean, fortunately my daughter did know and was very well able to sort of feel that. But you said that it came up at school quite aggressively, Josephine. I'm just wondering what that sort of looked like.
Well, mine did come up in a sort of RS lesson, but the difference is a Catholic ethos is quite different to Catholic teachers. So someone saying, I have to do this to uphold the Catholic ethos, before then saying something, really changes the way the meaning is portrayed, because immediately people put doubt on it, because like, oh, so you don't actually believe it, you're just saying it because you have to. So I think the first time I remember it coming up in RE was probably when I was in year 7. And the way it was presented was very much, well, this is what the church teaches, but in reality, let's face it. And it was just, I was like horrified when I heard it put like that, because it was so undermining to the argument. They were like, well, you know, some people say it's at conception, that's what all the Catholics believe, but let's face it, it doesn't. And then it immediately, in very young minds, sows the idea that it's not a child, and it is just like an embryo is just a clump of random cells, when that's not the case. I think that's quite it was very disappointing, definitely, when it was put across like that, because the answer to that question, especially the first time you hear it, is so important. And when you hear someone say, oh, I feel like I have to say this because I have to uphold this ethos, is very, very different.
Have you come across anything like that, or?
I've had discussions, but my teaching, because it's homeschooling, Mum would teach me. So I was never taught anything contrary.
No. So do you think it's hard being a pro-life teenager?
I think it can be, but it does depend on the company that you keep. So when I'm in school, it's significantly more challenging. So right now I'm in an exam season, I'm not doing lessons and whatnot, but just a few weeks ago there were these sessions about growing up, discovering yourself, etc. And the older people are, the more aggressive their opinions are towards it, whereas when I'm at home in my own group of friends and family who I hold closer, it's much easier when people are open to hearing another opinion, even if they don't agree with you, when you're in that sort of setting. I think not coming across as aggressive is just so important, because people want to be heard and they don't want to feel like they're being sort of just shouted at, and it works both ways.
Do you think it's hard, Gabriel?
It's so funny, the difference between being a homeschooler and going to a regular school is, especially in younger years, it never came up. And then when I got I would get into a lot of heated debates at 12 with some of my friends about this. In 12, 13, that was the age that I got into it. I never took and funnily, I never took any of it like emotionally, personally at all. So I wouldn't say it was hard for me personally. That's just me. Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if it's got something to do with personality, because I'm thinking of one of my daughters, and I won't name which one, but I think they discussed abortion in school, probably in about year 9, and she found the whole thing really traumatic. And she said she was the only one in her class who disagreed with abortion, and she was so horrified. And she said, "Oh, there are girls in my class whose parents have had an abortion," and she couldn't get her head around that. And then that led to a difficult discussion that we had to have. And she said, because they must have lost a sibling, and she just found it really horrendous and traumatic, and she couldn't get her own head about how people were seemingly being so casual about it. And, she's of the type that she would just kind of keep herself to herself, really, because, if you're, and I think you need to have a very strong personality, and she's very assured in her own beliefs, but actually was just thinking, well, I'm not going to get anywhere here. So just, she let her views be known in that safe environment of the classroom where they could say different things. But I think she sort of sat back absorbing it. And I said, well, in a way, this is sort of what the real life is going to be like. You will find that you are that one dissenting voice. But additionally, I think it's very hard, depending on what career you go into. When you go to university or whatever, freedom of speech at the moment is so stilted, and you have to be so careful what you say, that I think for a lot of people it's just a question of they feel like they have to keep their heads down through school or through university, and then there will become a time later. Do you feel like that?
I think in terms of trying to do it sensibly, it's just you have to pick your battles. So sometimes you're in a scenario where always sort of bringing up a contrary might not be the best idea, because there's not enough time, so you'll probably just be left understood after 5 minutes and they'll leave thinking, oh, they're stupid. But if you have a little bit more time, and even if that person's not particularly open to a change in opinion, it's definitely worth starting. I always do, by trying to understand where they're coming from, and then you just asking questions, I think, is a pretty solid strategy, because that's when things start to fall apart, when you start not being able to answer questions like, okay, when does it become a life? And you get the stumbling, oh, is it when the heart beats, or is it at conception? And then you can sort of guide people to, what I think the truth is, definitely what is the truth.
So when you said, Gabriel, that you got into lots of arguments when you were 12, was that with just... So you're homeschooled. Who was that with, and how did that happen?
So it was on the weekends. I'd always meet with this one friend.
Mm-hmm.
We'd meet at their house. And I always managed to bring up the debate somehow. I'd just bring it out of nowhere. And I'd always win. And he every time he'd revert back.
Sure.
Every week. It was in a way slightly frustrating, but I loved arguing. So Josephine here asking questions. I would get all the information they could give me, and then I would try to destroy them. Which probably wasn't the best way. Funnily enough, I managed to make him admit I was right once, and then I think he just reverted back to his previous thoughts, because he was so influenced by the world.
And do you think maybe there's like I hate to be sexist, but do you think there's a difference in the way in which men and women approach this, because obviously I think men tend to be almost quite bullish and, you know, very logical, and this is a baby, this is a life, how can you, you know, and I often see, sometimes I think the men get a little bit angrier over it, whereas I think the women, it's almost, it's about witnessing in a way, not winning. And you know, I always say this, and I think lots of women agree, is that I don't think you can actually be effective in the pro-life movement unless you've got a real heart for women, unless you know, or you need that sort of compassion and empathy. And it's I think it's easy with two men, you know, arguing with each other. That's great, but I mean, I can see how that happened, because it's just like a real male thing. Nobody wants to back down. Everybody wants to be right. But probably, I'm not being horrible. But I mean, do you think you've learned anything from that, she said?
Yeah. I was definitely not the most compassionate debater. I wouldn't even call myself a debater. I was an arguer. Yeah. I wasn't. I would try and push someone down instead of making them see. I would try and make them see reason. Sure. Yeah. Which never works. Forcing someone to have the same view as you.
It's probably a common ground, which would be the best.
I mean, I think in some ways, I do think this needs to be talked about more in schools, because actually, when you have some young pro-life students in schools, you can air your points of view, and you can do it safely, and you can do it in an environment whereby you've actually got the teacher or whatever there to moderate it, so it doesn't get too out of hand. But then, yeah, I can also see, you know, school's a difficult situation because there's bullying and all sorts. And I mean, have you encountered that at all?
I would say I'm a fairly sensitive person, but at school I don't particularly care what people think. And if you don't particularly care what people think, people don't tend to say anything. But people definitely have their opinions on your beliefs. I think that debate is useful, but generally, people who view themselves as pro-choice, at least within the communities that I'm within, most people are a lot more unsure than you'd think. It's just the few people who are very, very strong advocates that speak for the group. So whenever there were discussions, I wasn't the only pro-life student, but there's definitely no more than 3 of us debating 3 equally sort of ferocious people who believe very, very strongly, and then everyone else sort of sits and watches. Yes. Because most people are too afraid to have an opinion on it, especially boys, unlike Gabriel, but they can often be very easily shut down with the, well, you're a man, so what would you know? It's not like you can have a child.
So do you know anyone that you haven't been able to share your pro-life views? Is there anyone that you've just thought, oh my goodness, I just can't talk about this with you?
Personally, no. That's not me. Even so, some people close to me are very anti-pro-life, but even that, I mean, that especially didn't put me off. That did the opposite to me. I mean, it's personal for them as well, the issue. But I understand why someone might be put off. Personally, I especially when I was discussing it at the time, I was pretty brash. Though I was much more gentle, but there's never been anyone I wouldn't talk to.
Have you got anyone that you won't?
I wouldn't say anyone that I won't. There are some people that I don't bother bringing it up around just because I know I'm not going to get anywhere with it. So people that I've already had discussions with, and sometimes opening that wound just isn't always worth it because it's not going to have a direct impact at that time. But obviously, if something were going on, then it's always going to be worth it. So I think generally I'd say no, but there are a few situations in which I would say I'm not going to do that because I don't think I'm going to achieve anything from that that conversation.
So I think we said at the beginning, you've both been have you done any public pro-life witness?
I did an interview or two at the October demonstration at Parliament Square, and I've been to lots of things, but I haven't been like a central point of focus at any point.
Have you, Gabriel?
Pretty much the same, minus the interviews. Apart from that, just obviously marches and some processions and talks.
And how have you found it?
It's always been... I've always enjoyed it. You know, the feeling that we're doing something right that needs to be done, and it's not a waste of time, because that's a nagging thought that can come to mind, but it's always worthwhile. Any progress is worthwhile.
And have you enjoyed it?
I have. I always have enjoyed kind of going to the public spots for some reason. I never really found an issue with it.
Future career.
I thought it was very interesting, for example, at the October in Parliament Square, when we were doing it wasn't a march, but
yeah, it's the commemoration, isn't it? Where
yes.
were you one of the people from
with
your
the
birth
placards?
year?
Yes. And it's very interesting to see how people react to it. There were lots of people in cars, thumbs up. You know, obviously there are people who are swearing at you and saying that you're stupid, but on the flip side, there was a lot more positive response than I was expecting, which I think is always nice. It gives me a bit of hope, because it does really show how people they are just passive, because not everyone, I don't think it's possible for everyone to be so strongly adamant that, oh, that's not true, that's not a baby, which it is. I think it's really lovely to see when you do things like that, how many people do agree with you, even if it is quietly.
It's true. I mean, did you worry as well? Do you ever worry that someone's going to take a photo of you and it will be in the paper and you'll be in trouble at school, or your friends will see it?
I mean, people at school have seen it, and I don't think, there are always some people who will be a bit strange about it, but at the end of the day, as long as you don't let if you start acting ashamed of it, that's when an issue comes up. But if you're like, well, yeah, that's what I believe that, then it stops being an issue.
And it's really, for me, I never used to do a lot of sort of marches and things. I think my first March for Life was probably 2017, I think. And that, I think, was it in Birmingham in 2017, possibly. The one thing that's struck me since going to March for Life, particularly last year's one, did you go to last year? The vibe was just amazing, and there was just so much camaraderie. There were so many young people, and as you said, I couldn't believe how much goodwill there was. You know, people hooting their horns, looking. Of course, you always got a few negative. And I remember we went up to Trafalgar Square, didn't we? And there was Extinction Rebellion with all their puppets and crystals and whatever woo they had, and they were Extinction Rebellion stopped their demonstration in order to watch us and to look at us. And you know, lots of passers-by said to us, "Oh, you're so much better than they were," and that got goodwill as well. And the police who were obviously marshalling it, they were really nice, and you know, and I felt, wow. For one of the first few occasions, I really felt that the public were on side. Yeah, but it can be, when you first go to a public witness, it can be a bit unnerving, because you're not sure what to expect.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know. I've always found that everyone's really... And the more young people, the better, I think.
Like, last year, there were an insane amount of young people I knew. I'm friends with almost all of them, actually.
Yeah, we are.
So I knew so many people there. It was amazing. Last year.
Wow.
The March for Life was amazing.
Once you enter the community, I mean, the whole sort of community of young people especially, I got to know through the March for Life. So back in, it must have been 2019, like I'd been going before for a year or two. But once you get to know people, you really integrate so quickly, and you get to hear so many stories, and it's really amazing to see how many people really do so much to support the movement.
So what do you think we can do to build up a pro-life community? I mean, I can sit here and tell you, but I won't tell you how old I am. I'm 21. You know, I can sit here and pontificate, but you're like the younger generation. What do you think we can do to build up a pro-life community?
Just to have conversations, really, is talk about it. It's something a lot of people struggle with, even my pro-life friends. A lot of them that are, actually a whole family I know, they're all anti-abortion, they're all pro-life. But I wouldn't, well, they're anti-abortion. Pro-life might be taking it too far. They're not active at all, whatsoever. They'll never talk about it, even with me. It's never a conversation that comes up. I think the main thing is making sure compassion is so important in a conversation with, especially when people could easily, so many people have, it's a personal issue. I think compassion when talking to them, and just asking questions. And
I think you want to hear it being put in a real way, and not like real as in like with the kids, but real as in just a genuine conversation, because I think what I found is an issue that I encounter is when things get like over modernized and like super, let's make it really relatable, that just it completely backfires because people don't tend to respond very well to that. So I think just having a proper like sit down conversation where you can discuss what's happening, like Gabriel was saying, having conversations is just the best way, because if you start like trying to make it overly sort of something that it isn't, people immediately notice that, whether also, they mean to or not.
Not just having conversations, I find, so that was just brought to mind. I mean, I think things like marches are so important, really. It's one of the best ways. It's just bringing notice, really, and it's to start the conversations.
With a march, it is something you can say what you did at the weekend. But it's so true, though, isn't it? Kids know, you know, they know when they're being patronised. And also, what would you say to teenagers who disagree with your pro-life beliefs, or who disagree? You know, I think the one big thing is people are so uptight about abortion centre protests, aren't they?
Yes. So my mum, she does the 40 days for life, and I've done a few things with them, but I haven't actually done sort of standing outside the centre. And I think people tend to be more relaxed if you say, well, that's not what I think, I disagree with you. They're like, okay, I can respect that. And it's like, and I stood outside an abortion centre, and they're like, hold your horses. I think that's like, it's like a different level of belief. And I think, but being like having that testimony is really, really important, because if you show that you're willing to put yourself in a situation like that where people can be very hostile, and even like on marches you have people being really quite horrible, it shows how important it is.
Shows how much you care, that you think it's true.
Because if I wouldn't be willing to get myself shouted at by some random guy on the street if it wasn't something I believed in.
Excellent. I've just been blown away by you two. So it kind of gives me hope, because you're so articulate and so passionate, and I kind of look back to where I was at your age, and yeah. And in fact, I remember seeing in the late 80s, I think it was SPUC outside my local library with balloons and placards and things. I remember being quite interested, but that was it, you know. But actually just see, you just need that visible presence, I think, sometimes, because otherwise the media and the other narratives just win, don't they? So no, I mean, I'm just blown away, you know. It's so great to have young pro-life voices. And she says, being really patronising.
No, but thank you so much. Thank you, Gabriel, and thank you, Josephine. It's been a really good conversation.
Thank you very much for
Thank
having
you.
us.
It's been a pleasure.
Well, thank you, Josephine and Gabriel, for sharing all your thoughts. It's really helpful for us all to hear that. If you want to get involved with the March for Life, come along on a Saturday, the 3rd of September in London. And in particular, we have lots of activities going on for teens and young people. So if you're in that age brackets, why not come along and meet like-minded people, make friends who have the same conviction that actually we need to stand up for these vulnerable children and take action to save their lives.
Exactly. I mean, it's so important, especially for teens and young adults, when they're at school and when they're at university. You can feel so isolated. You feel like you're on your own. You've got no one who agrees with you or no one who even understands you. So things like March for Life is amazing, and just meeting those long life friends. I can say that I've met long life friends from March for Life. So please do come along.
Yeah, well, I wish I had actually gone as a child, to be honest.
I know, it's something that I truly treasure, really,
Yeah.
I do. So make sure you do come along. So our next question for Dr. Callum Miller is, acorns are not oak trees and embryos are not humans. I wonder if you've heard that before. I definitely have had that asked to me many times. So please listen for an amazing answer.
An acorn isn't an oak tree, and so an embryo isn't a human. This might sound intuitive, and certainly it's true that an acorn is not the same thing as a fully grown oak tree, but the biology here is actually a little bit confused. Acorns and oak trees are both members of the same species. An acorn is the very beginning of an oak tree. And so, although it's true that an acorn isn't the same as a fully grown, fully mature oak tree, they are both members of the same species, and one is the developed, mature form of the other. And so the relevant analogy here would be with a child and an adult. It's true that a child and an adult are not the same thing, but there's a sense in which they are. The same child will grow into the same adult, and it will be the same human being throughout. And so when you ask, are these members of the same species? Of course they are. Acorns and oak trees are both members of the genus Quercus, and children and adult humans are both members of the species Homo sapiens. They are just the same thing at a different stage in the life cycle. So an acorn will go through its life cycle in the genus Quercus and become an oak tree. And a child will go through its life cycle in the species Homo sapiens and will become a mature adult. But we would never think of saying that a child is not valuable just because it is an immature, underdeveloped version of an adult human being. We would say that it is the same organism, the same human being that matures and develops over time, but that has always been fully human, has always been fully valuable, and has had equal human rights. And so pro-lifers just extend that to earlier in the life cycle. They say that even at a less developed stage than a newborn baby, nevertheless, the human being is valuable. And so all of us agree that in any stage of a life cycle, from a newborn baby to an adult human, that human being is the same and that human being is valuable. Pro-lifers just say that we should extend that for the whole life cycle and not only for part of it. Now, why is it that acorns are not valuable when oak trees are? Doesn't that imply that adult human beings are valuable and maybe unborn human beings are not? Well, that's not the case, because the reason oak trees are valuable isn't because they have inherent human rights. It's not because they're persons. It's because they're beautiful, or because they're useful for wood, or because they contribute to an ecosystem in a way that an acorn might not. But this doesn't work in the case of a human being. We don't say that adult human beings are valuable because they are useful for building things, or because they are clever, or because they are fully developed or beautiful. We say that human beings are valuable because they are human beings, regardless of their abilities or capacities or their qualities. And so, although it would be okay to say that an acorn is less valuable than an oak tree because it doesn't have those abilities or capacities or qualities, we would never reason the same way about a human being, because human beings are equal and infinitely valuable, not because of the qualities they have, but because of what they inherently are. And science shows us decisively and clearly that unborn human beings fit into that same category and into that same family of human beings.
Thank you so much, Dr. Callum Miller, for such a great and clear answer to a question that I think so many pro-lifers get all the time. And we're going to have some more of those common questions that he might have been asked on social media and on comments later in the evening. So stay tuned for that.
Next up, we have Jeannie Mancini from the March for Life in the United States. She's the president of the March, and she'll be talking about what they do over there, but also about Roe v. Wade and explaining what the significance of potentially abolishing that case law would mean for the United States.
Greetings, dear friends in the United Kingdom. I'm Jeannie Mancini. I'm president of the March for Life in Washington, D.C., and we are joining together with you in solidarity today as you march for life in Britain. We are so very grateful that you would want to witness publicly, especially in a culture that isn't friendly towards these issues, that you would want to witness for the inherent dignity of the unborn child and their mothers. Thank you. And guess what? It does make a difference. For many decades here in the United States, we felt like our efforts were flailing, that we weren't necessarily making a difference, but we're on the brink right now of, please God, overturning our country's law that legalized abortion through all 3 trimesters. That happened 5 decades ago, and we've been working hard since then to return the question of abortion legislation to the states, which we're really hoping to do in the next few weeks here. So please join with us in prayer and fasting and know that your efforts make a huge difference. We're so honored to partner with you, and we hope and pray that your efforts today make a huge difference in the United Kingdom. Thank you so much.
Well, we're all waiting to see what will happen with this landmark case in the United States and what the impact of that will be not only in that country but in our own as well. And I, for one, am seriously hoping that the conversation here will be raised, that many people will decide to take a stand against abortion and for the lives of children in this country.
Mm-hmm. And next up we have Isabel Vaughan-Spruce, who's talking to Jim Daly, the president and CEO of Focus on the Family, which is a huge global ministry that, amongst many other things, helps children in care and also is dedicated to the pro-life cause. And what's incredible as well is one of their focuses is to provide ultrasound equipment for places which have high abortion rates. An incredible thing to help people actually have a window to the womb to see the fact that that is actually a human child.
Hello, we're here with Jim Daly, who is CEO of the global organisation Focus on the Family. Hello, Jim. Lovely to be with you today.
It's good to be with you, Isabel. Thanks for hosting me.
And I believe it's morning where you are.
Bright and early, but that's okay. It's good. And good afternoon to you.
So we're going to be looking a little bit about your work with Focus on the Family. But before we did that, I'd like to maybe talk to you a little bit more personally about your own life story. I know this is something that you've shared before. I know that you've written and spoken about the fact that you had a very challenging childhood, but it's actually quite relevant to the work that you're doing now. So I wonder if you wouldn't mind maybe just sharing a little bit of that with us today.
Well, no, I appreciate that. You know, the Lord works in mysterious ways. So Dr. Dobson, who founded Focus on the Family, was a PhD in child development from the University of Southern California and had a very good childhood, intact family, mom and dad. He said it wasn't perfect, but it was really good. And of course, he led Focus on the Family up until 2010. And then he stepped out. And I think, you know, the Lord, partly a sense of humor. You know, I remember when he asked me whether I would be willing to lead Focus on the Family into the future, I thought, no, because I'm not qualified. I come from a broken family. I was an orphan child. My mom and dad split, divorced when I was 5. My mom remarried at 8. She died when I was 9. Our stepdad walked out the day of the funeral, left us. I ended up in foster care for a year. Then my bio dad reappeared. I lived with him for a year, and his alcoholism was still too difficult to live with. And so I ended up moving in with my brother, who was 20, married to his 16-year-old pregnant girlfriend. So it was a wild ride, but it definitely exposed me to all kinds of family types, obviously. And yet, you know, the good thing for us as Christians is God redeems everything. And that's true of my story. I mean, he deserves the redemption of my life, and he did it. And I was just smart enough to follow.
Many people, maybe when hearing that story of a very challenging childhood, would say in a way that maybe you were set up for failure, but in actual fact, you know, you were set up for the work that you do now with Focus on the Family. And I know some people who support abortion often use things like children in foster care in difficult childhoods to push for the need for abortion. And I know I feel this quite personally because my own father had a lot of his childhood in care in foster homes. This must affect you personally when you hear people using things like foster care or adoption, difficult childhoods as a need for abortion. What's your response to that when you hear it?
Well, pretty visceral, actually, because who are they to determine what the future of some child might be? Nobody knows what the outcome is going to be. And thankfully, my mother, we were living in California at the time when I was born, which was pre-Roe versus Wade here in the U.S., 1973. So in the 60s, you could still get an abortion if you were over 40 years old. And my mom was 42 when she had me. I was the accident baby, the oops baby. And, again, whenever I hear that, we were a poor family. We did not do well financially, but my mom, we always seemed to scrap by. And I think that's part of it. You know, we discount the ability, especially in the UK and the United States, where you can get by generally. And I think that is an old argument that there's not enough help for women. That's a very old argument. We hear it often here that we're only concerned about the baby, not the mother. But the mothers today, they can get job training, job placement. They get all kinds of material support in the pro-life movement. And again, when that insult is cast my way, I just knock it down with the fact that these people, their hubris is so deep that they think they should be able to determine who lives and who dies based on socioeconomic status. I mean, that is disgusting.
Absolutely, absolutely. Maybe it's a good time to ask you a bit more about your work with Focus on the Family, maybe particularly for an audience in the UK who might not be so familiar with the work you're doing. Could you tell us a little bit more about that organisation that you work with?
Sure. You know, Focus, again, since 1977, we're really about 5 key areas. One is evangelism. We are a Christian organization, and helping families to do better is terrific. But if we don't introduce them to the author of the family, we kind of miss the mark. So we start there. We're very bold about our Christian faith and unashamed of it, because so many of us have been redeemed from lives that would have been far worse. And the simple fact that Jesus died for us. So we believe that wholeheartedly. And then we move into marriage and parenting, and then advocacy for children, which is the topic we're talking about. And then finally, culture, how to engage the culture in a way that persuades, not wagging a finger, not being mean-spirited, because I don't believe that's the spirit of the Lord, but to convince people that his ways are better than our ways. And so we attempt to do that. Then specifically in that advocacy area, you know, for us, it comes down to option ultrasound, where we place machines ultrasound machines in pregnancy resource centers around the country. There's probably about 4,000 pregnancy resource centers in the United States, and we have equipped probably about 2,000 of those to do a more thorough medical exam for the woman so she can receive the free ultrasound, she gets counseling. And these are all independent agencies, so we don't run them, we just support them in that way. And thankfully, over the last, since 2004, when the program went into effect, we've saved almost 500,000 babies. The reason is because when an abortion-minded woman walks into a clinic looking for help and sets that appointment with one of these pregnancy resource centers, she goes in, she gets that counseling, she sees her baby on that ultrasound. And overwhelmingly, the majority of women will choose life after that experience. And that, I think, just goes to the heart of a woman's soul, that when she sees her baby, it becomes far more difficult to terminate its life.
That's fantastic. 500,000 babies saved through that program. Fantastic.
I've met some of them. It's amazing. We had an event, a 7-year-old who was saved through option ultrasound. And just to hug her, it was so funny. She was so cute. We were at a nice hotel and she said, "How much does this hotel cost? Maybe I can buy it someday." And maybe she could, who knows?
Well, at least she's got options open to her now.
She has options. Isn't that a great statement?
I mean, I know I often go outside an abortion centre myself, and one of the key things I would often say to women there is encouraging them to at least look at an ultrasound before they make that final decision. And I remember one very poignant day when a woman came running out of the abortion centre, still in her gown, ready for the abortion, shouting, I've seen it, it's a baby," and that was the difference it made.
Just glancing at the machine.
Yeah, not a blob of tissue, which is, again, in the United States, the old 1973 statement that this really isn't a baby. And, for anything scientific, I mean, it's amazing they have to continue to convince you it's not what it truly is. And if you listen to the rhetoric, that's exactly what you get. This is not a baby. This is not a baby. They have to keep saying that because they're lying. And, the pro-life movement in the U.S., I'm proud of it because it has kind of matured into a movement that really cares about the woman as well as the baby. And that's always the criticism. But I'm telling you what, when a woman chooses life over death, she will not have regret the rest of her life, even if she allows that baby to be adopted by others. And I think that's the thing we have to change here in the U.S. is just encouraging women. If you can keep the child, wonderful. If you can't, allow that baby to live through an adoptive family. There's so many famous people in the U.S., Steve Jobs and Nancy Reagan, just to name a couple, who were adopted at birth by parents who raised them. There's so many great options. In the U.S., again, Isabel, you think of 63 million children that have been aborted. How many Steve Jobs were in there that will never have the chance to innovate and help humanity because we snuffed them out?
I mean, just the very name of your organisation, Focus on the Family, it shows that you recognise, the role that the family plays in dealing with this issue, particularly of abortion. How important would you say are strong marriages, the support of a family when we're trying to battle against abortion? What sort of role is it and how important, Jim?
Well, I mean, again, in the family type, we look at the research constantly here at Focus on the Family. So if I were to, the other night I gave a speech, I gave 15 positive impacts of an intact biological mom and dad family. It's overwhelming. Kids are more likely to graduate high school. They're more likely to graduate university. They're more likely to succeed in life by every measure. They're less likely to be addicted to drugs, to be alcoholics, to be involved in premarital sex if mom and dad are at home. And, I didn't come from that structure. It's not impossible to rise, even if you don't have that comfortable nest. But the point is, government should do everything possible to support intact families. And it just provides so much more stability in every scientific measure. So it is baffling that governments work against the institution of the family. And specifically in regards to the life issue, it doesn't mean that we're always going to make good decisions. I get that. I made plenty of bad decisions as a teenager, but I think an intact family provides more comfort, more guidance, more direction, more positivity than, you know, a struggling single parent family or no mom and dad at all. So that's the basic statistical look at that. Spiritually, we know it works best out of God's design. And he did it for a reason. And again, all the science lines up for all the people that disagree about God and don't believe he exists. His plans and his ways are far better than our ways, and it shows in the family.
Having said that, Jim, I mean, what would you say to the single mum, maybe someone who's got no support from their family, who are thinking that maybe abortion might be an easier or a better option, considering their child looks like they might not have the best start in life and they can't provide what their child would need, maybe thinking that they wouldn't be able to look after their child and they might have to place that child in care. What would you say to that woman, or even possibly a couple? But
you know, hold with me here, because this analogy, I think it just came to me, but my wife lost her brother to suicide. And she would say often to me, Craig, her brother, chose a permanent solution to a temporary problem. I think that applies in this area as well with abortion. A struggling mom who may be fearful and doesn't know what to do. I get that. Hopefully there's organizations in the UK she can reach out to, but she's about to make a permanent decision for a temporary problem. And I would encourage her that she will do better emotionally, spiritually, and in every other measure if she were to follow through, even if she gives that baby up for adoption. Hopefully she can stay engaged with that baby as he or she grows. But the bottom line is life is always the better choice in every category of thriving.
And actually, Jim, I've got a lovely quote here of yours that I'm just going to read back to you. And it says, "I am living proof that no matter how torn up the road has already been, or how pothole infested it may look ahead, nothing is impossible for God." Now, clearly you've got a deep Christian faith yourself, and you know, as you've shared, you know, focus on the family is unashamedly Christian. What would you say to those who think actually it's best not to bring our private religious beliefs into this kind of work, and that's not really helpful? What would you say to those people? Because there's quite a few of them.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I've visited the UK, and I know that can be a position that many people take. But, you know, the Lord was very specific that we talk about our faith, that we go to the ends of the world to talk about our faith, because if we're right, we do have the greatest news of all human history, that God came to save us, to die for our sins so that we can have eternal life with him. That's a pretty good story. Now, for those that don't believe it, that's wonderful. You live in a country that you have that right. But for those of us who do, don't bottle us up. Don't take our speech away so that we can't share that with other people. You know, in some ways, when I was in high school, I had great mentors, and I would say accidentally, maybe God worked that out, that I had great football coaches and men who could lead me into being a man, which is really important, especially back to your question about the single parent mom. If she can find good people, good men to help mentor her son or daughter, that's a good thing. And, you know, appropriate and safe and all those clarifiers. But the bottom line is, I always felt like those who were coming from a non-God position, and we have plenty of those here in the U.S., the ACLU and other organizations that fight in the public square to keep God out of the public square, including public schools. But I felt like they were much happier if I were to be drug addicted or an alcoholic in high school. It was like their greatest fear was that I would encounter God and believe in him, which would lead me in a life of love, joy, peace, goodness, mercy. I mean, what is wrong with that? And I don't see the rationale for that. I think more people should be encouraged to explore Christianity, because as citizens, we should be the best citizens of all.
That's brilliant. And I love what you said there particularly when you were talking about men. I think sometimes nowadays masculinity is viewed like as something toxic, even when it's presented in a good way. We always talk about toxic masculinity, and we don't hear enough about good male role models and the importance of that. So I love the fact that you included that in it. I think we definitely need to hear that spoken about a bit more nowadays.
I agree. I think fathers bring such uniqueness into the parenting role, and it's been discredited, discounted because of, well, I think feminism has certainly played a role in that. But I think it's reemerging. I just did a program called Show Me the Father, movie release, and there were 4 or 5 stories of, those that were fatherless. And in many of them, they reacquainted with their fathers and got back together. My story, my father had died at 11, so I didn't have that opportunity to have an adult-to-adult relationship. But the impact of a dad, again, you look at the data in fatherless homes, 90% of the runaways in the US come from fatherless homes. About 75% of kids, teens involved in drug addiction come from fatherless homes. So the impact of not having the temperament, the parenting style of a father in that home to kind of bridle those out of control appetites is really a cost to the culture.
I mean, clearly this is an uphill battle, isn't it? I mean, the attacks on the family, the attacks on the preborn child are absolutely relentless. As soon as we've faced one, whether it's legally or just from the culture, there's another one. How do you sort of rid yourself of discouragement and keep up hope in this current climate?
I love this question, basically because I've seen in my own life what hope delivers, hope in Christ, and being positive about where things are at, even when maybe you didn't have enough to eat or your home life is just devastated. But if you can hold on to hope, you have the future. And for me, that was certainly true. I, graduating from high school and then saying to myself, I'm going to go on to college because I've got to. I felt like my back was up against the wall. I had nowhere to go. I remember one Christmas, I had to petition the university that I could stay in the dormitories, over the holiday because I had nowhere to go. And they got back to me and said, you could stay there. There won't be any electricity. And I just was in this massive university by myself. It was, but I mean, I had the Lord with me, and that's all that mattered. And I had joy. And I would say to anybody who's struggling outside the abortion topic, if you're struggling, God has so much for you. And it just takes that step of faith to move in his direction, and he will certainly move into your direction. And I think that's what all the data is showing when you look at the effect, again, of brokenness. And to your point about the lack of support. I know a senator that I really appreciate here in the United States, he's a senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. He said, Jim, it's not naive. These things are purposeful. When family weakens, government has to become stronger, and government's appetite to become stronger is just what it is. So the last 2 institutions in the US that are really taking a lot of pressure from government overreach is the institution of the family and the institution of the church. And here in the United States, we're seeing that overreach every day.
And that you were just talking about joy, that is just so evident in you still today, here and now. And I think we need some more of that in the pro-life movement. So I'm so glad that you're on this side. Thank you, Jim.
Appreciate that. Well, I just hope more people can be persuaded that, again, it is the better choice, that we care for you. That is the Christian faith and tradition. We're not against anyone. And we just hope people's eyes will be open to the better decision of life. And I would love it. We're going to see here in the United States, the battle for us moves from a federal law allowing abortion. And if the Supreme Court here throws out Roe v. Wade, then it just simply goes to all 50 states to make their own decision. And you're seeing that disparity right now. Those that are more pro-life, those states, what we call red states, they are severely restricting abortion. I think for the right reasons. The more blue states are liberalizing their abortion policies to the point of you can abort a child in the birth canal in the 9th month. And again, I think that's exactly where their logic breaks down, because if you're willing to do that, to take the life of a baby who is totally viable outside the womb, then you're in a dark place. And again, that logic pattern, there is no logic. It's simply ideology that's driving you there.
And us in the UK are following this very closely at the moment, Jim, because obviously the repercussions are going to be worldwide for what happens there. So our prayers are with you as you fight that battle.
Well, I appreciate that. And, for me, the difficulty that I foresee is the church being aggressively active in a good way here, because this is the Christian tradition, 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, the Roman Empire. Unwanted pregnancies are not new. There's nothing new under the sun. And even in the 1st, 2nd centuries, women who had unwanted pregnancies in the Roman Empire would have birth and then throw their babies at the dump. And Christians would lay in wait. And when those babies would be discarded, they would collect them and raise them as their own. And that's the challenge for us. Can we actually not just talk about the truth of God's word, but get up and go do the truth of God's word?
We always say at March for Life, being pro-life is more than just a label. It has to be put into action for it to be real.
Well, it's going to be tested in the U.S. now if Roe v. Wade goes down, and we've got to get in there and do it. A couple of other observations there. There's 8 uses of the word baby in the New Testament, and 2 of them are preborn children, and the other 6 are after the child is born, but the same Greek word is used. And, in that context, if language drives culture, it's hard to argue that they didn't see the baby in the womb as a baby, because the word baby is used both preborn and postborn. So I think God's heart is the baby's conception is it. That's for him where the spirit of that child enters that body. So, I'll leave it at that. They may be a little dramatic for your listeners, but I believe that's true. I believe that's exactly why we need to protect life, and particularly innocent life. These are just children. What does it say about us as a culture, a Western culture, UK, US, Western Europe, if we take the life of the future generation? It just makes no sense.
And actually, I think what you say really resonates here in the UK. We definitely need the sleeping giant of Christianity to waken, because there's far too many silent Christians on this issue. And like you say, when you look at the biblical roots, it's not something that's up for debate. It's very clear that the preborn child is a child, and recognized as such in the eyes of God.
So appreciate that. In the U.S., we have about 1 million abortions a year. And from what I've been told, there's about 1 million couples that are looking for infant adoption every year. So, if we could just create the connection to make that happen, I think that would be a great step forward, at least in our country.
Oh, well, we're with you on that, Jim. And all the best with your work at Focus on the Family. It's a fantastic organisation, and the work you're doing is so inspiring to us here in the UK. So thank you for joining us today and giving your time. Thanks very much, Jim.
Thank you, Isabel. God bless you.
God bless.
Thank you so much, Jim Daly, for sharing your story, and it's amazing to see the work that you do. And it truly is important to understand that ultrasounds are something that is needed for women who are pregnant. And often, I don't know if you've had this experience, but outside of the abortion clinic, you realise how many women actually do not have access to ultrasounds and are not allowed to see the stage of their unborn baby. When we try to give out those leaflets which have the stage, they are constantly taken by the workers that work in that abortion clinic, and it just shows you how exploitative the abortion industry really is and how deceptive it is. So thank you so much, Jim Daly, for all the amazing work that you do.
Well, seeing is believing, and for many people, just seeing their child can make all the difference.
It's true.
We now have another tough question that Dr. Callum Miller is going to answer for us. Surely no one should be forced to be pregnant or to give birth.
No one should be forced to be pregnant or to give birth against their will. This is a common sense saying, and it's something, in a sense, we can all agree with. No one should be forced to become pregnant. That would be, by definition, rape. And we know that rape is a horrendous crime. It's a crime that causes so much trauma and distress to women. And it can happen to women in all walks of life, not just vulnerable women, not just women of a certain class or from a certain background. Anyone that we come across could be a victim of this horrendous crime. And it's absolutely right to say that they should not have been forced to become pregnant by that violation. Now, the question in the case of abortion is someone who is already pregnant, someone who has a living human being equal to every other human being growing inside of them. And in the large majority of cases, of course, this has not been done in the context of a sexual crime. So the question we have to ask is not, should someone be forced to become pregnant against their will? We can all agree that the answer to that is emphatically no, and people who commit that horrendous crime should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and this should never happen to a woman. But if a woman is already pregnant, there is already a human being inside of her. And what should we do about that human being? And so the question is not, should a woman be forced to be pregnant? The question is ending the life of a human being a legitimate way to stop her from being pregnant? And when the question is framed that way, as in fact the reality is, the question becomes a lot more complicated. You can think about this a different way, perhaps with an analogy. Should I be forced to sleep out in the cold at night? Obviously, no. No one should force me to do that if there's any moral way of avoiding that. But if, for example, I was driving home from work and the only way that I could get home is to drive over a small child in the road, the only way that I can do that is to drive over him. There's no way that I can get home without driving over him. There's no way of removing him, and I can't drive home any other way. Is it okay to drive over the child in order to get home? Obviously not. We can't get home just by ending the life of another human being. And so the question arises, should I be forced to sleep out in the cold? Well, in a sense, no. No one should force me to sleep out in the cold. But if the only way of getting home and avoiding the cold is to drive over a child, the sad reality in that case is that I have to sleep out in the cold because I shouldn't end the life of another human being. And so when we take this to the case of someone who is already pregnant, the only way of avoiding that pregnancy or ending that pregnancy is to end the life of a child. We see that the question is a lot more complicated. We all emphatically agree that no one should be forced to be pregnant in the first place, and no one in that sense should be forced to give birth to a child when they didn't want to have a child in the first place. But the question completely changes if the child already exists, and if the only way of ending the pregnancy is to end the life of a child. The question is then, is it okay to end the life of a child in order to restore my life to the way it was? And when the question is framed that way, the answer is a lot clearer, that we can never end the life of an innocent human being, no matter the difficulties or the complications that that might cause. Now, in some cases, that causes huge difficulty and huge distress. And for people in that situation, we have a duty to offer the utmost love, not just our kind of abstract thoughts, but our practical support for women in that position, especially women who have been the victim of a cruel and horrendous abuse in sexual crime and cases of rape. Women in those situations deserve the utmost support and compassion and support from the rest of society so that they can go through the pregnancy in a way which upholds their dignity and supports them and helps to heal the trauma that they've experienced as a result of that crime. But if the question is it okay to end the life of an innocent child? That is a question that we should all be clear on as people who believe in human rights and human dignity and human equality. It is never okay to end the life of an innocent child. And when those situations come about, both the mother and the child need to be given the utmost support so that we can have a solution that involves healing and restoration and reconciliation rather than a solution which proposes the ending of a life.
Well, these apologetics questions, these tough questions, it's been so helpful to have them answered by Dr. Callum Miller, and we're going to have more of these tomorrow, so do tune in then. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Yes, so am I. So we've come to the end of this evening and all the amazing things that we've heard today, and I hope that, again, this has given you a push to get out there and to try and make a change. There's not much more we can do than wave our fists and say something on screen. That there's a lot that you can do, but just try your best to spread the pro-life message. We're going to tell you 3 ways that you can take action. And the first way is by donating. So you can check out the website marchforlife.co.uk and you can click on donate. You can even set up a monthly payment if that's easier for you and to help us spread the pro-life message.
Secondly, you can attend the March for Life in London in person, Saturday 3rd of September. I look forward to seeing you there, because if you're standing with us, the more people we have, the bigger the impact will be. So please do join us in person.
And you can also visit the website, and there's lots of pro-life organisations listed there, which you can get involved in for different age ranges, for different reasons and all of that. So whatever you want to cater to yourself, you can choose a pro-life organisation and help yourself get involved into the cause.
And so thanks so much for watching today, and please do tune in tomorrow.
The river is full of little drops of rain, and each one of you, each contribution is a little drop that's making that river great. So whoever you are, wherever you're from, whatever your faith, whatever holds your life together, whatever experiences you've been through, and whatever awaits us along the road, let's value this moment.
Abortion's the #1 issue for today because the right to life is the most fundamental human right of all. So if you're not going to argue for the right to life for everyone, then all other human rights are extinct.
In a society where unborn babies are not valued, how can you really value anything else?
We abolished the death penalty for the guilty. Why do we still have it for the innocent?
Today I have come to support March for Life. I have been there, I've been through it, and I know how difficult it is. Sometimes you need somebody to let you know that you can do it, no matter how difficult it is. Abortion is not giving an opportunity for another life to live. You don't know what that child is going to be. No reason is good enough to have the abortion. Every reason is good enough to give it a life.
I'm here today knowing that if a pregnant woman walking down the street sees the march and she's considering abortion, she might hear us, she might see us, she might see one particular banner, the banner I saw, and she might cancel her abortion.
In years to come, when people look back with clarity at this #1 issue, the greatest human rights violation of all time, and they ask, how could there be so many bystanders? Let no one be able to say that among those bystanders was you or me.